Good morning, sir, teachers, and all my dear friends present over here. My name is Jagruti Raut from second year Computer Science Department. Would like to welcome everyone for today's session. Today we have the privilege of being in the presence of a true visionary, Mr. Ajit Vishwakarma, who is a part of Government of India National Skill Development Corporation Master Trader and Lead Assessor. He is a senior data scientist, international soft skills trainer, industrial psychologist, life and career coach, Six Sigma consultant, certified project management professional. He is an expert in technical and psychological training. He has the experience of training 5 lakh plus individuals, trainer and coach for reputed organizations like Accenture, Microsoft, Godrej, TCS, IBM, JP Morgan, Deloitte, HDFC, IDFC, etc. He is a trainer and mentor to many government establishments like Indian Army, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, etc. I would request everyone to please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Ajit Vishwakarma, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jagruti. Hi, guys. Very good morning to all of you. Hi, can I have a little good morning from everyone?
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good
All right,
morning.
Good
guys.
morning,
Very
sir.
good morning
Good
to
morning,
all of
sir.
you. Very, very good morning to all of you. So, my dear friend, today we are here for a very important task. And the task is how to create a good resume, right? So, first question that comes up to everybody mind is, sir, there are so many AI tools, there are so many templates, there are so many websites, there are so many YouTube videos, etc. So, why do we need this special session early in the morning? Yes? How many you have this question in their mind? Just let me know. Just say hi.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah? Yeah. So, I think, yeah, almost everybody have this question. Um, so, I want to address this question first with another question. So many AI tools, so many websites, so many templates. How many of these websites, templates, videos, AI tools guarantee you that if you build a resume using these tools or AI, etc., it will get you an interview call or a job? How many of these tool guarantees? Can you give me a number? 5%, 10%, 50%, 100%? Yes? Uh, None of them. None of them guarantees that you will get an interview call or you will get a job, right? The reason being is these AI tools or these templates or so many thousands of YouTube videos and so many internet resources does not truly understand what is the industry requirement, what is the skill set of today's youth, specifically when I talk about youth of India or I talk about youth of Mumbai, what are their requirements and where they want to go. So what they are offering you is a very generalized solution. And most of the time, if you look at internet, so they are merely suggestive. Resume should be short, resume should be neat, resume should be clean. But all of these suggestions that you see on internet, are they meaningful or they are just vague and very suggestive? Are they meaningful or they are very just suggestives? They don't really actually tell you how exactly resume needs to be built. Rather, they are just giving some generic solutions or suggestions to you. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's what is happening. That's what is happening. And when you download a lot of templates, you are downloading a lot of templates and then you are editing it. What is happening is somebody has designed a template not keeping you in mind, your career goals in mind, and then forcefully you are trying to fit your skill set into those templates, making it totally irrelevant for the HR. That is the problem. So I'm totally disagree with almost all the articles that are there on internet, and I totally disagree with all the templates, nice colorful templates that are available, because all of these things are misleading you, and definitely whatever small chance you have of getting an interview call, that also is ruined by this misleading information and templates and all the resources that are there on internet. Yes, and that is why we have come up with this session where I will tell you exactly what industry is looking for and what all things should be there in your resume and how you can bag up lot of great opportunities by working on your resume. Right? So this session is going to be something that will burst a lot of your myths, and we will also call out all the misleading information, knowledge that are there on internet, which has been passed on from generations to generation, because of which many of us never get an interview call. Do you know, if today you shoot your resumes on internet, or if today you start shooting your resumes to HRs randomly, how many HRs are going to call you back? Practically speaking, how many HRs are going to call you back? Huh. Zero. Zero HRs are going to call you back. So do you see there is a huge difference between what is industry expectations and what are we doing? Ah, there is a lot of gap. So today what we are going to do here is, let me clear the agenda for today's session. This session we are going to divide into three parts. Number one, number one, what all things we should not do in our resume. Now, this is something that we'll cover up very extensively. Why? Because there is a lot of misleading information on internet, and there is a lot of myths among students regarding how to build a resume. One of the biggest problem that we have regarding resume is, do you see the structure of resume, the templates of resume is same from last 20 years? Did you observe it's same from last 20 years? Yes, it's almost same from last 20 years. But industry is evolving at a very fast rate. Industry is changing every 3 months. Yeah, that's how fast the industry is evolving. Considering that we are not giving, or we are not evolving how we should present our resumes to the industry, right? So this we will cover it up. So first part is going to be what you should not do in your resume. All right. Second part, once we are very clear what all things we should avoid in our resume, then first of all, automatically it would be clear what we should do in our resume. But still, we will discuss the important key points how we can build up a great resume. Third thing of today's session would be, sir, fine, now I'm very clear what I should not do in a resume and what I should do in a resume. But can you tell me how can I now design it? So I'll let you know, or I'll share you some tricks and techniques using which you all can design your own templates and produce a world-class resume. And then I will take all the questions and answers. Is the agenda of today's session clear? Yes, guys? Can I
Yes,
have
sir.
some feedback? Yeah? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to bore you with PPTs and all. Okay. I hope that is okay with you. But I have a small request. Since I'm not going to use PPTs, etc., I'm going to use your resumes and real case studies. I'm going to share my resume. I'm going to use all practical case studies to discuss the same and help you understand what industry wants. A small request that I have to make this session little bit meaningful is that you guys interact. Okay, a simple yes, no, understood, not understood will be appreciated. And
Yes, sir.
also at this,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
thank you. And at the same time, if you have any questions or any doubts, shoot your questions or doubt right away, no matter how small or whatever your question is, right? Because we will not have these sessions again and again, and then I'll tell you what will happen. Many of you will go on internet and
Sir,
start searching. Yeah,
excuse me, sir.
yes, Vince.
Uh, Sir, can we get this session? I mean, since you're recording this session, can we get the recorded session
Yes.
of this?
So post session, what all things you will receive? Number one is we will record this session. Number two is this is not the end of everything, because during this session I'm pretty sure you will not be able to finish and build up your resume. You will just get idea about what I should do to make a good resume. Am I right? So post this session, I will also send you a link where you can resubmit your resumes. Where what I'll do here is I will again evaluate your resumes and let you know what all things needs to be improved or your resume is perfect. So I'll share my email ID, and I'll share one more link where you can resubmit your resume after working on it. Maybe take a 1 week or time, work on it and submit it to me, and then I'll tell you whether this resume is good enough or not. And I'll also talk about post this session how to fix your LinkedIn. Right? This is all deliverables you will get. All right.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah.
Most well. Most well. One thing before I start with my session is many of the time I see student asking, sir, template de do, sir. And by saying so, you are again making the same mistake. The mistake is, my dear friends, resume is not at all about template. Resume is not about template. Resume is about the content that you put in your resume. Do you understood, guys? It's about the content, the words that you write in your resume. That is the most important thing. The design, etc., is irrelevant. It makes no sense. There is no perfect template in the world that can customize. See, each individual has different skills and a different career goal. Am I right? So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, there cannot be a template which will fit your career goal and your personality and your skill set. It is not possible. But during this session, you will understand that there is a structure that can be followed. Yeah, that is there. That there is a structure that needs to be followed. There are some very important information that needs to be there in the resume. There are certain information that you should never put in your resume. And if you combine all of this information, you will know what all things I should put in my resume. Right? And then I will give you design tips also. Don't worry. I'll give you nice design tips. Okay. All right. So, as this session is not going to be a boring PPT length, I want to make this very contextualized and very appropriate for you. I have received many of your resumes. Okay. Now, do I have your consent? Can I share your resumes here in the screen as a case study? Yeah. I don't want to bring out
Yes,
any.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's okay. Huh. So I'll be
Yes, sir.
using your experience as a case study. Do not take it personally. I'm not commenting on each uh, individual, right? But I want to use your resume of this batch, to tell you what all the common mistake that we make, right? That is the objective behind this. I could show you a dummy resume also, but it will not make any sense because that is not, contextualized to you, or that is not related to you. So, do I have your consent, guys? Can I share your resumes? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. कोई बात नहीं. This session is only for you. The recording is only for you. So I don't think so there should be any problem. And this is the approach that I usually use. Okay. So थोड़ी बेइज्जती होगी चलेगा? थोड़ी सी, ज़्यादा नहीं, थोड़ी सी. Okay. It's not बेइज्जती, it's called as feedback. Yeah, it's called as feedback. But see, it is very important that you understand these things today, so that tomorrow when you shoot your resumes, you don't miss out an opportunity from any corporate. Yeah. All right. So I'll whatever resume I have collected from all of you, I'll share it on the screen. Please don't take it personally. Take it as a case study. कि यार ये हमारा case study है. So ये resume मेरे आप क्योंकि सबका resume would be somewhere same only.
Yes, sir. Sir,
अच्छा
we
कल
would love to know the feedback of yours.
yes, yes, wonderful. Okay. So the feedback is collective. It's not to one individual. So that is something I want to shoot away, right? Okay. It is collective feedback. 15 resume, all 15, 20 resume is your resume. All. So here I go. Here I go. So this is few of the resumes that I have got. Okay. Now let's use logic. Let's use common sense. Hmm? You tell me what is right or not. We'll discuss each segment one by one. So very first thing, when you look at these resumes, yeah, so many resumes, nice resumes are there. So visually, just considering that it is a piece of paper, how does this resume look? Very attractive or little boring? Visually, you tell me. You read a lot of papers, you see a lot of websites, right? So visually, does it looks very attractive or kind of a little boring as a document? इसको आप बार बार पढ़ना पसंद करोगे क्या? That is the question. Is document good? Forget it that it is a resume. As a document, as a piece of paper. Yes, guys. थोड़ा बोरिंग नहीं लग रहा है?
हाँ सर।
या थोड़ा बोरिंग लग रहा है? Forget it is a resume. Just as a piece of paper or as a document, आप अगर बात करोगे, so it is little boring to read. Now imagine, no, time and again I will ask you to behave like an HR. Imagine you are an HR and ऐसे आपको 40, 50, 500 resumes स्कैन करने होंगे. So what are the chances that you will get bored? अरे सेम ऐसा
Very
ही और
likely
एक
to get bored.
very likely to get bored. And if your HR is bored, if your interviewer is irritated, uh, who will be at loss?
You.
Yeah, you will be at loss. Okay. So reason being here is, again, what is the problem why everybody's resume is not visually that attractive? Because of templates. Yeah, कि कोई टेम्पलेट उठा लेते हैं उसको जबरदस्ती हम एडिट कर देंगे और मे बी दैट विल वर्क फॉर मी. Done. This is number one. So you are supposed to use what we call as UX design. UX. Do you guys know what is UX? This I will write it down here for you. Okay. UX. UX is called as user experience based design. If anybody is from here from computer science or IT, they would have some idea. UX design banane. So if you see today's app, any app, yeah, Gmail or any app, they are all UX based design, user experience based design. What does that mean? So 10, 15 years before, somebody did a study how a human sees content and colors. ओके तो हम है ना डिजाइन यूजर ह्यूमन के साइकोलॉजी के बेस पे बना. सो इफ यू सी नाउअडेज all the apps have very basic colors, green, blue, yeah, yellow. They have very basic colors. Earlier we had very complicated colors. Have you seen this? Very basic color. Any app you see, they'll have very basic colors. Red, yellow, blue, green, solid colors. They will not have a mix of lot of colors. Yes, this is called as UX design. So at the end of the session, I'll tell you UX design कैसे डालना है. अच्छा, how? Who can tell me what is this? What is this? What is this? अच्छा, what is this?
Bunch of
Yes,
keys.
Keys.
keys, right? How do you know this is a key? It could be anything, right? How do you know this is a key?
The structure of the key, the structure and the
हाँ,
shape.
सर देख
Because
के
we
पता
know
चल रहा
how a key looks. Yes.
है. Yeah, we know how the key looks. So what is this on your screen? What are these documents? These documents are resume. कैसे पता चला? Sir, by looking at it. So will I know that this is a key only if I write down key here? If I print key here, then only I will come to know that this is a key. No, right?
So,
Sir, I can see it and I can tell you this is a key. There is no need of writing it. Suppose if I start writing key here, yeah, I start writing this is a ball. If I start writing this is a mobile phone, will not it be little childish?
So basically,
It
we
would.
don't have to write resume on the pay or on our resume, right?
Very good. Point number one, learn. Mistake number one. Mistake number one, learn. Don't write down resume on top of a resume because we know it is a resume. How do we know? Are we can see it. It is a resume. See, understand this. Resume is a very important document. Yeah, resume is a very important document. Every comma, every word, every character, every space that you put in your resume should make some sense. Am I right? Yes, it should make some sense. So first thing is remove everything that does not make sense in your resume and then replace them with more meaningful and more sensible content. Resume is nothing but an overview of your entire life journey. And using resume is a medium using which you are supposed to define your technical expertise and your personality. That's it. There I define the resume. Resume is, first of all, you know, don't write resume on resume. All right. What is a resume? Resume is two things: technical skills plus personality. So resume, it is not a description form. Guys, resume, do we use resume to describe us or do we use resume to define us? That's a question for all of you. A very thoughtful question. Is it something that is used to describe us or is it something that defines us?
it it actually defines us.
Yes, Prince. See, ideally, resume should define you. Yeah. By reading your resume, I should understand, okay, this is Ajit. Ajit has this skill set. Ajit is a good person. Ajit is a great person. And I should hire Ajit, or Ajit can be a good potential employee of my organization. This should conclude by seeing at your resume. But unfortunately, that never happens. Why? Because we start describing ourselves. मैं एक लड़का हूँ, मैंने कुछ डिग्री की है, मेरे पास कुछ स्किल्स है, मेरा नाम ये है. What is this description? If you look at your resume, everybody's resume is quite similar because everybody is trying to simply describe themselves, right? Sir, my name is so and so. I've done some degree. I have some skills. Hire me. Is that what every resume is concluding? Yes, yes. And that is why it becomes very difficult for an HR to identify who is the right person for my organization. So you are making an HR jobs difficult. Your job is to help HR understand that you are the right person. Okay. And many other times we do assumption. एजम्पशन ये है कि मैं अपने बारे में कुछ डिटेल्स शेयर करूंगा, एचआर अपने आप समझ जाएगा कि मुझे हायर करना चाहिए. दैट नेवर हैपेंस. So we will see how to define ourselves. Slowly we will try to define it. It's a very difficult job. It's a very artistic job to define your personality on a piece of paper, but it is something that you can achieve by using some common sense and a little bit of scientific approach. All right, moving ahead. Moving ahead. Okay. Um, Here, I don't want to comment much on the design part because I will cover it up later on. But one thing that I should tell you is the background of your resume should be always white, always white. Never put solid colors as background in your resume. Do you know why? Why we should not put solid colors? See, for example, if you see here, uh, can you see reading Khushbu is little difficult here. Yeah, you might not realize it very promptly, but agar if you just have a quick look at the resume, reading Khushbu is very difficult. Yeah, here also. So when you have a solid background and then you have a text on top of it, it automatically becomes difficult to read it because what is highlighting more? The background is the focus. Am I right? If
Yes,
you put
sir.
the background is the focus. So first thing that your eyes will see is the background, not the text. Second thing that your eyes will see is the text. So if you are using extensively a lot of backgrounds like this, what will happen is automatically some microseconds will be wasted into reading your names or important things. So here this also, if you see this traveling etc., it is not instantaneously readable. I'm talking about microseconds, but still. All right. So, sir, this is a nice one. This is nice, but the structure in which it has been put up is little old school. Yeah. So, data can be represented in many ways. This is data that we are trying to represent. Data can be represented in many ways. One of the most oldest way or one of the most boring way to represent the data is put it into a table format, rows and columns. Now there are so many nice ways of putting data into a lot of attractive ways. Yeah. So we'll try to use that. All right. Moving ahead. Um, yeah. Many of you had put up your resumes, photographs, and many of you have not put it up. Now my question is, should we put it or not?
We should put.
We should put. What's the science behind it? See, our approach is going to be. I will not do the same. I will not give you blind suggestions. I will try to invoke all scientific principles here. Photo, should we put it or not?
We should put. We should put.
Yes. Now, photograph is where the industry is into a split. I've seen many of my colleagues, many of the people from good institution asking people not to put photos. Some of them are asking put photos. My personal view. Suppose if I give you my number and you save it on WhatsApp, what is the first thing you will do? If you accept my LinkedIn
Check.
request, if you check my photo, right? Suppose if I hand over my Aadhaar card to you, what is the first thing you will see?
Photo.
Photo. This is a human psychology. Human psychology is the moment we hear somebody's name, we start visualizing, अरे कैसा दिखता हो, right? Moment we are getting introduced to someone, we want to see how that person looks out of curiosity. because we want to associate always a name with a face. Yes, a name with a face. That's how we remember people. है ना, जब आप किसी का नाम लेते हो तो उसका चेहरा इमेजिन होना शुरू हो जाता है, राइट? तो इफ आई से आयरन मैन, किसका चेहरा विजुअलाइज होना शुरू हो गया? इफ आई से आयरन मैन, डिड यू स्टार्ट
Robert
विजुअलाइजिंग?
Downey Jr.
या आरडीजे का चेहरा आना शुरू हो जाता है, विजुअलाइज होना शुरू हो जाता है. नाउ व्हेन नेम इज देयर बट देन देयर इज नो फोटो, तो फिर वो विजुअलाइजेशन डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है हमारे लिए. सो वी शुड ऑलवेज पुट अ फोटोग्राफ. It has no direct impact on your job, definitely. फोटो का कोई डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट नहीं है आपके जॉब के ऊपर, बट ह्यूमन साइकोलॉजी परस्पेक्टिव में it will create a better impression than having no photo. It will add some personality to your resume, right? Which is something we want to leverage. That being said, what all common mistake people do when they are putting photos?
Putting the photo
Com-
of whole body rather than just putting from the chest level.
Wonderful. Whole photo of the body and sticking photos. Yeah, passport size photos, they will cut it and they will stick it, or they will click photo of it and they will photo ka photo they will put it. That does not look nice and clean. Putting Aadhaar card type photos. So I don't know what is this catch. Okay, this is my observation. If today I go to your LinkedIn profile, everybody is looking damn handsome and damn beautiful and damn smart. Okay, but if I look at your resume photographs, I cannot say the same thing. Yeah, the photograph is very serious and most often very dull. So what we expect here is, if you are going to put a photograph, yeah, first of all put a photograph. Though many of people might discourage you, but I hope I just shared you my personal, and you would agree with me. If photographs were not important, why would LinkedIn have photographs? LinkedIn is a professional setup. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They are asking they are asking you to put photographs. Okay. So what type of photo should we put? Very simple.
Professional.
Professional. Yes. Let's define what is professional. Okay, let me just give
In
you an idea what
in a
is.
formal or semi-formal outfit.
Yeah. Yes, Apple. So I'll give you, just using Google Images, let me give you example. Okay. How your,
Excuse me, sir.
yes.
So if what I believe, my opinion about photographs is that the kind of job opportunity you are trying to perceive, it depends on that whether your photograph should be there. We cannot just generalize कि हर एक job opportunity में आपका photo is important over there that con.
Not at all. Like I said, photograph has no direct impact on your job. Okay. In fact, उसका कोई डायरेक्ट रिलेशन नहीं है जॉब का. Okay.
And so,
But
since you said that it is just about defining the resume, is about defining who we are. So, sir, do you think that अगर हमारा फोटोग्राफ नहीं देंगे, हमारी जो डिटेल्स भी है वो थोड़ी क्रिस्प रखेंगे, it will generate a curiosity in the HR's mind to meet us or talk to us. अगर हम सब कुछ प्लेट में हमारे resume में दे देंगे आप फोटोग्राफ as well as thing, then what's the point of the call to tell us that what is how do you really want interested or not in the job or not ऐसा.
yes, agreed. Agreed. So suppose you have a very important task in hand. Okay. So एक बहुत important task आपके hand पे है. तो what should be your approach? Your approach should be, if I can do 10 things, let me do 10 things. Or your approach would be, let me do 8 things. 8 things से भी important काम हो जाएगा. What should be your approach?
Obviously, 8 things, sir.
10 things. Why would you want to take a risk? Yeah. If there is
Okay, sir.
something. when there is something very important, this is very important, right? So आप कोशिश ये करोगे कि let me do as much as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
So that I don't leave one thing also to chance. So photograph definitely has no direct impact. कोई आपकी शक्ल देख के हायर नहीं करता है, right? उसका कोई direct impact नहीं है. But like I said, human psychology is we want to see who this individual is. And when we
Agreed.
associate a photograph with a name, when we associate with the photograph with a name, so it creates a certain impression, right? कि अच्छा ये ऐसा दिखता है, very good, very good. But obviously there is no direct impact. Now here, when I know that this is a human tendency, people want to see how I look. So why not I use this, or why not I leverage this? Why not I put up a nice corporate professional photo that shows that I'm well groomed and I'm highly presentable? Can I do that?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Is it an important factor for an HR that you are very well groomed and very well presentable? आप कैसे भी कोई भी कपड़े पहन के आओगे, कैसा भी अपीयरेंस लेकर के आओगे, and I'm not talking about complexion of the body, I'm talking about presentation, your body language and your grooming. Your clothes, your hair, your chashma, everything is part of your body language. Do you know this? Yeah. And body language is a part of communication, and communication is the most important thing in today's industry. So your clothes, your appearance, your beard, how you look is part of your body language, and body language is part of your communication, and communication is the most important soft skills in the industry. So by putting a simple photograph, you are in a way telling HR, sir, I'm very presentable, very well groomed. So shall I miss this opportunity? No. Why should I? However, it might backfire you if you put a very mediocre photograph or not a very well groomed photograph. This का disadvantage भी है, and that is why many people discourage. अरे मत डालो photograph, right? Don't put photographs. But I would advise you, put a photograph, but photograph has to be a professional photograph. Never put a photograph like this. Can you see this gentleman? No, not like this. Hmm? Do you see this gentleman? So it's a very generic Indian man. Yeah, this is something we expect. Okay, now photograph. See this, nice smile, nice smile. Yeah, so this photograph is good enough. Can we see some more? No stylish pose. There is only two poses that you can go with. Number one is this one, facing straight. See, when you look at this gentleman, uh, what all thoughts is coming to your mind? When you look at this gentleman, do you feel that he's very happy and quite well groomed?
Yes, sir.
So don't you think you want HR to think the same about you also? Arey, wow, nice. He's a very lively person and looks well groomed. This. So there is two poses. Either you face straight or you can do this pose also. Both of these poses are good enough. You should have a tie, a white shirt and a blazer. White shirt, why? Yeah, that is the safest one. Don't experiment too much. Okay, put up a white shirt, any colored tie will work, and a blazer. For girls, what about girls? No tie but a blazer. So can I go with just shirt? No. See, it's about your career. You have to give your best. right? When you give your best, then only you succeed. You cannot say I gave 90% my best, I gave 80% my best. No, you have to give 100% your best, right? So here, let's see. This photograph is fine. One problem in this photograph is the hair is on the shoulders. So this is an informal way. Always tie your hairs. Your hair should be at your back. That is the formal way of grooming for girls. All right, girls, is it clear? See here also the hair is in the front. No, a big no. Have you seen police officers, army officers? They always keep your hair tight. Why, sir? Why can't I keep my hair ahead? Because then it is hiding your body language. Yes, and it is not a clean look. Then a
Yes.
blazer compulsory. It's compulsory. Blazer comes for 800, 900 rupees. Put it across. So how to click photos? Let me give you a quick advice. Everybody has got 30 megapixel, 40 megapixel. Yes, click it using your own cameras. So shall I go to a photo studio? No. My experience going to photo studio is bekar, right? These people just buy DSLR cameras and then unnecessarily look up, look right, हाँ बढ़िया है हो गया. Okay, they will not put up that much interest into clicking a nice photograph. If you have a nice DSLR guy, fine. Otherwise, pick up your phone. Always click photo in a daylight. Never click photo in evening. Never click photo in your tube lights or LED bulbs. Morning May, right when the sun is there. In natural light, click photo. Okay. After clicking the photo with tie and everything, boys nicely shaved or trimmed, well groomed. Chashma, make sure that it is not too loud and you look good. Okay. Then how do we crop the photo? Okay. So there is something called as profile photo maker. So I'm sharing a website, PFP maker. So we'll use some AI here. One by one, we'll cover up everything. Okay, PFP maker. This website you can note down or let me share it on your screen. ये क्या करेगा सर? यहाँ पे the photo that you have clicked, upload it here. Do you see there is nice templates that are available? Don't pick all the flashy ones. Pick something with a solid background and light in color, very light in color. Background should be very light yellow, very light blue, very light. Okay, very light as possible. Okay, instead of just keeping a plain white background, keep a very light background at the back. Don't keep loud backgrounds. There are many shapes, rounded edge, yeah, rounded corners. Square is boring, don't use it. Or hexagon also you can use. Some shape you can use to make it little attractive. Aesthetics अच्छा हो जाएगा बस. Download it. सर फोटो तो क्लिक कर लिया मैंने, बट है ना फेस बहुत क्लियर नहीं दिख रहा है. सो देर इज अ AI photo editor called as Photor. Yeah, there is one website called as Photor. Here, Photor. Then you go to this website. If face is not clear, there is some patches or anything like that is happening, go to this website. Here on this website, create a free account. Okay. And there are 2 to 3 effects that are there. And a face enhancer. Try that. That will enhance the look of your photo and make it look little bit more professional. DSLR quality में shift कर देगा. Okay. So two small tools and your photograph is ready. Yeah, so it will convert it into a nice DSLR quality. Done. So can I expect all of you to have a nice corporate photograph?
Yes, sir.
Same photograph you upload it on your LinkedIn. The same photograph you upload it on your LinkedIn. All right. So uh, this photograph will not work, not professional. What is wrong with this photograph? Everything. The background, the cloth, the posing, everything is wrong. Remember, give a nice smile, not a very big smile, but a nice, happy smiling in your photograph. Okay. Again, same problem with this photograph. Yeah. This photograph, same problem. Now I think you can evaluate. This photograph, again, same problem. How much should be there? This much. This much. Your face should be 60% uh, in your photo. Okay, थोड़ा क्लोथ दिखना चाहिए, टाई थोड़ी दिखनी चाहिए बस. All right. So now I hope you guys see this photograph will not work because ये फोटोग्राफ देखने के बाद ना मुझे मेरे कंपनी का फ्यूचर प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर फ्यूचर सीईओ विजुअलाइज नहीं हो रहा है. वो विजुअलाइज होना चाहिए. अरे मेरे कंपनी का मुझे प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर मिल गया भाई. Then this photo is nice. What is missing? Tie is missing, and then the background is very loud. Okay, and the camera angle is not proper. You are looking down. Camera angle should be looking into eye. It should look like as if you are looking at me from the paper. Same goes with this. Yeah, so ये सारे फोटो है ना क्या है आपने जबरदस्ती चिपकाए है. Okay, done. Can I move ahead? Is this clear? Photograph? Hmm? Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes. So when can I expect your photographs? Yeah. When you resubmit your photograph, submit it with the nice one. देख के ना, and it's not that somebody should evaluate it. You have an example here. Yeah, अपना फोटो क्लिक करना और इसमें से कंपेयर कर लेना ऐसा ही है क्या, इस जैसा लग रहा है क्या, मस्त अमेजिंग, तो ठीक है. अदरवाइज लेट मी रीटेक अ फोटोग्राफ. So I see next one is name. So this I can tell you directly. When you write down your name, always use this format: first name plus last name. So see, you guys are from Maharashtra, and Maharashtra, mein what happens is, in your college, in your degrees, they have a very unique way of writing your name: surname, your name, father's name, and then mother name. Am I right? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Vishwakarma, Ram, Ajit. They mix it up. Okay. Now my problem here with this is, see, where all you will be sending in corporates. Corporate follows very strictly first name plus last name. Okay. Now what happens is, suppose somebody's name is, say, Akshata. Okay, so Akshata, and then your father's name is Pramod, something like this. So there is a male name also, there is a female name also. Do you know what happens? It leads to a lot of confusion. Yeah, it leads to a lot of confusion. Sometimes this also happens. You wrote your surname first and then you wrote your first name. It again leads to confusion. Which is your actual name? Is it Sharma or is it Ajit? Yeah. So you are confusing your HR in many ways. So it's a sincere request. Always use first name plus last name format. Do not complicate your resume. Sir, but in my degree, it is written like this, like that. It is okay. It is totally all right. Here you use the simple format. Done? Yeah. Is this one clear? So some
Yes.
of you must
Yes,
have made,
sir.
some of you must have made that mistake. All right. Second one. How many mobile numbers should I put in my resume? Two, sir, at least two. One WhatsApp number and one calling number. Right? No. No. Trust me, if an HR called you and you did not pick it up, Yeah, you did not pick it up. You are not going to get a second call. You might be an IIT pass out, nobody is going to call you second time, right? In fact, you will be labeled as a very casual person. Why? Because you have shared your resume and when HR is calling, you are not picking it up. So here I have two advice. Number one, only put one mobile number, one number only, and make sure it is WhatsApp enabled. Sir, but I have different numbers. That is your lookout, man. You figure it out. Because many of the times nowadays HRs are very actively using WhatsApp for professional work. So sometimes they would just WhatsApp you. Okay, so be very careful about it. Second advice that I want to give all my dear friends here is, if you are working on your resume and if you have a LinkedIn account, start picking off, start picking up every goddamn phone with what we call as telephone etiquettes. अगर आपने रेज्यूमे पे अपना नंबर डाला है, रेज्यूमे आपने एक दो जगह अपलोड किया है, तो मेरे प्यारे दोस्त, कोई भी अननोन फोन कॉल आता है तो उसको प्लीज पिकअप करो. And when you pick it up, always greet, no matter who is there on the other side. How will you greet it? Very good evening, sir. Very good morning, sir. This is Ajit. How can I help you? Because you will never know when an HR is calling you. Usually, what people do, hello, कौन बोल रहा है, right? And then the पीछे से आवाज है HR. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Or many of the time, people do this. Phone is ringing, 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 and you are not picking it up. On phone कर रहा है, छोड़ो जाने दो, नहीं नहीं पिक करता. Don't do that, right? Unless and until you are running away from someone. So always follow this very strict corporate etiquettes of telephone, where you pick every phone, and when you pick phone, don't start asking who is it, where you are calling. That is not a good etiquette. Greet, very good evening, sir. Right, very good evening, sir. How can I help you? And सामने वाला is asking, okay, is it Ajit? Yes, sir. Is this Ajit? And then the conversation will start at a very good note. सपोज सर वो टेलीकॉलिंग वाले ने फोन किया था, कोई बात नहीं, वेरी गुड इवनिंग, हाउ कैन आई हेल्प यू, आई एम कॉलिंग फ्रॉम ICICI बैंक, वुड यू लाइक टू हैव अ क्रेडिट कार्ड, नो मैम, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कॉलिंग, हैव अ नाइस डे, एंड डिस्कनेक्ट इट, रादर देन वेस्टिंग योर टाइम एंड एनर्जी. कौन बोल रहा है, किधर से मिला नंबर, क्यों फोन किया, इट इज टेकिंग इक्वल अमाउंट ऑफ एनर्जी. या डन, मोबाइल नंबर क्लियर. There's a question coming up, sir, what is difference between CV and resume? Okay, so CV, as it stands, curriculum vitae, it is a very descriptive document that talks about your academic achievements, qualifications. Whereas your resume is a comprehensive one which elaborates your personality, your projects, your internship, and everything. So, what is required for you? Resume is required for you. Okay. A student who is in school maybe would make his CV. Who is still studying would make it CV. But you guys will make a resume. Sir, but I am still studying. I'm in second year. Arre, for us, you are a professional now. You are preparing for after college. You are making this resume for after college. Right? Is this clear? It's a question that have come up in the chat box. So you will be making a resume. Resume has everything in it. CV is more about your study, your curriculum, your subjects, etc. Yeah, and then it goes into detail. All right. Second one, email IDs. As I can see, most of your email IDs are not professional. Yeah, your email IDs are not professional. We don't appreciate it. Do you know what is a professional email ID?
No, sir.
Professional email ID is, you guys are able to see your resumes, right? Am I right? Yeah, I think so. So when I say professional email ID, your email ID should be 10 to 12 characters. Yeah. and you are advised to use no numbers and symbols. All right. See, my email ID is ajit2482991876. What is the problem? Problem is it is difficult to remember, difficult to share, and often lead to confusion. And email ID is nothing but your digital name or digital address, right? So it becomes little unprofessional. Also, many of the time I have seen people putting up sensitive information like your date of birth in your email IDs, and I'm pretty sure many of you must have done it here, which is a big threat. Why? Suppose you have a gap. Suppose you are an older candidate. Yeah, you might lose a job opportunity. Yeah, that will happen. So date of birth, yeah, some part of basic. Now, for example, here I know you are 2005 born. So can that be a disadvantage? Yes, in many ways. In many ways. If I have 50 resumes, so if I have many resumes there, and you are an older one, so I'll pick the younger chap than you. So we are oversharing things from an email ID. See, I have your email ID, I have your mobile number, I have your date of birth. Yeah. Next thing is I'll send an OTP and I'll call you and ask you, Madam, I'm calling from so and so bank. आपको OTP आया होगा, मुझे share कर दो. Right? आपका आधार कार्ड अपडेट करना है. It's a cyber threat also. Don't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because date of birth is a security key for banks. If you do forget password on bank internet banking, they'll ask you date of birth. Dalo. Yeah, here you are disclosing your date of birth openly, so don't do it. Sir, why symbols? Symbols are easy to miss. Suppose I write down like this, underscore, something like this. I write down. Now what happens? Have you seen email IDs get hyperlinked? Email IDs, websites, they get hyperlinked. नीचे underscore आ जाता है. Yeah, अभी मैंने I have just shared in the chat box website link. Now you see in the chat box there is an underscore. Sorry, there is an underline that have come up. So when that happens, what happens is your symbols they hide. Suppose you have used dot. जब underscore आ जाता ना dot दिखता ही नहीं. So what are the chances that HR rather than sending it to Ajit.Singh would send it to Ajit Singh? Very high chances. Yeah, very high chances. Very long email ID. Very long email ID makes HR's job very difficult, and it does not looks good also. Aesthetically also it does not look good. So what should you do? Uh, you can make a new email ID. There is no problem. Okay. And then maybe slowly drop the email ID that is not professional. Sir, but email IDs मिलता नहीं है सर क्या बोल रहे हो आप? That is a challenge. Am I right? Sir, email IDs नहीं मिलता सर मेरे नाम का. So one thing you can do is use your first name. Always use your first name. And then next part can be a combination of your surname broken into pieces, right? Something like this can work. So for example, my Gmail ID is ajitkarma@gmail. So Ajit Vishwakarma, I was not getting it. So I broke it ajitkarma@gmail. Interesting thing. What is my LinkedIn handle? My LinkedIn handle is linkedin.com/in जो default रहता है /ajitkarma, right? So what is my Instagram handle? Yeah, whatever instagram.com/ajitkarma. Facebook/ajitkarma. GitHub/ajitkarma. Do you see the uniformity? Small, simple, no numbers, easy to remember, looks nice. And do you see the uniformity over the various social media, professional and non-professional? Is it nice? Hmm? Should you be sharing multiple usernames to people making their life tough? It's make no sense. So, will you be fixing your email IDs and social media handles? Especially LinkedIn. I want you to fix your LinkedIn. So, do you know you can customize your LinkedIn URL? No, yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
yeah. Customize it and customize in such a way that आपका email ID, GitHub ID और LinkedIn ID तीनों सेम ही हो गया. So that किसी को बताना हो कितना easy है. See how easy I have made things for myself. सर आपका जीमेल आईडी क्या है अजित कर्मा सर आपका इंस्टाग्राम आईडी अजित कर्मा सर आपका लिंक्डइन क्या है अजित कर्मा खत्म या so that is one advice that I sincerely request all of you to update it because if you evaluate your email id you will see it is quite unprofessional. Okay, सर ये तो बहुत छोटी छोटी बातें हैं. My dear friend, these small things combined together will make a big difference. Yeah, will make a big difference. जब आप अब आपका resume इन guidelines के हिसाब से बनाओगे you will realize it. Okay, quickly moving forward. Moving further, should we mention which place are we from? Address वगैरह mention कर दे क्या? Yeah, should we mention address? Yes, no. What is the audience view?
Yeah, it'd be
No,
better.
no, only the city, probably.
So like I said, I will not give you random advices. I'll use simple science and logic to help you understand it. Guys, any company, any HR, they prefer local candidates. As simple as it is. Any company, any HR, they prefer local candidates. Why? Because local candidates will reach office on time. Local candidates will not fall sick. Why? सर ये क्या लॉजिक है लोकल कैंडिडेट बीमार नहीं होगा. हाँ, लोकल कैंडिडेट्स बाहर का खाना नहीं खाएगा ना वो घर का खाना खाएगा तो कम बीमार पड़ेगा. ओके, he will bring his own tiffin. An outstation candidate will eat from outside. So today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, he'll get sick. What are the chances that an outside candidate will cry for holidays? अभी दिवाली हॉलीडे होगा तो लोकल जो आउट स्टेशन कैंडिडेट विल क्राई सर प्लीज आई वांट 10 days छुट्टी आई हैव टू गो 2 दिन तो जाने में लग जाएगा फिर आई वांट टू स्पेंड सम टाइम विद माय फैमिली आल्सो. व्हाट आर द चांसेस गाइस? वेरी हाई. Yes, very high. What are the chances that an outstation candidate will face financial problems because उसको रेंट देना होता है और सारी चीजें देनी होती है. तो फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स, candidates who are facing financial problems, social problems, family problems are not ideal candidates, are not the best suitable candidates because they come up with a lot of baggage. They are not free mind. They are not very happy. So it reflects on their performance. Yes, chances are high. Yeah. So if I'm hiring an outstation candidate, he will ask or he will demand for a higher salary. क्यों? Sir, rent भी लगेगा ना. He'll fall sick and many other reasons that I've shared just with you. So most of the time an HR is looking for local candidates, right? Because फिर local candidates का traveling allowance, HRA, DA ये सब चीजें इतनी ज़्यादा वो डिमांड नहीं करेगा and easily manageable हो जाता है. Plus local candidate is more reliable. Why? यही रहता है ना, यही रहता है. ये जल्दी नौकरी छोड़ के जाएगा नहीं. Outstation candidate today, tomorrow, after 6 months, 1 year, will look for a switch. Am I right? Do you agree, guys? Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to give you 2 hacks here. Number one, uh, don't mention your address. उससे क्या होगा? You will get a benefit of doubt. What benefit of doubt you will get? कि मे बी लोकल कैंडिडेट है, मे बी नहीं है, डोंट नो. We'll call him for interview and then we'll see. All right? Yes. And I'll give you an interview hack also. What is the interview hack? Interview hack is very simple. If people inquire where do you stay and all, suppose a Bangalore based company called you, where do you stay? Yeah. So what you should say? Bangalore only, sir. All right. However, you can mention, sir, I'm Mumbai based, but I'm looking for a job opportunity at Bangalore. I've shifted at Bangalore. Okay. ये बोल सकते हो आप. इससे क्या होगा पता है? Do you know what will happen? एटलीस्ट इंटरव्यू अपॉर्चुनिटी तो मिलेगा दोस्त. राइट guys, clear interview advice how you should handle locations in your resume in your interviews. एड्रेस निकाल दो, डालो ही मत, because trust me, most of the time uh, companies are from other cities or other state. All right, and there is nothing to hide here. It's just, you are being little smart, you are being conscious about certain things. By default, I will not disclose my location and
Excuse me, sir.
telephonic. Yes.
Sir, then what about the relocation fees if we are shifting to a different city for a job?
So like I said, uh, what was the sentence that I said? Sir, I am basically Mumbai based, yeah, but I have relocated to Bangalore for job purposes. Right? Now here we have to understand there are some multinational companies who are very open with such things. Like if you go for TCS, IBM, Wipro, etc., they are totally okay. They does not care where do you stay. So वहाँ पे तो बिंदास बोल सकते हो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. But then there are a lot of mid-scale companies which are very conscious about where do you stay. I'll give you one more example. Suppose you stay in Navi Mumbai and your company is in, say, Andheri or Borivali somewhere, right? And there is one candidate who stays in Borivali and company is at Andheri, and you are staying at Navi Mumbai, maybe Panvel. So what are the chances that you will not get hired?
Very high.
Very high, guys. And once you know this, once you know how HR thinks, how industry works, so you use some smart uh, techniques, right, to get over it. Yeah. So you can tell, हाँ sir, where is your company? Andheri. हाँ sir, stay in Western Line only. Okay. Because see, they don't care where do you stay. You have to travel, you have to come. It is something that you have to manage, right? So this is a smart thing. But multinational companies, many multinational companies uh, are open about it, but they will ask you this question in an interview. They will ask you, are you, uh, what is your preferred city? So they will very smartly ask you this question. Okay, so what is your preferred city? So you can always say, sir, my prefers, sir, because I'm Mumbai based, I would like to work at Mumbai. However, sir, right now I love traveling and I'm ready to relocate anywhere in the world. You should be very open for relocating. If you give a little bit of hint where you are not open about being relocating and you are again and again emphasizing, sir, Mumbai मिल जाएगा तो अच्छा रहेगा, sir, Mumbai, Mumbai, right? So people will not take it positively, because see, location is something that companies don't control by default. जहाँ project होगा वहाँ they will put it, especially with all the girl candidate who are here. Girls, whenever a girl candidate comes for an interview, we stress a lot. We stress a lot in terms of, are you willing to relocate, yes or no? And we will not ask you directly, we'll ask you घुमा फिरा कर, because many of the times girls they don't relocate. Yeah, because पापा ने मना कर दिया या any reasons, or many of the time girls they back out after getting an offer letter. Nahi, nahi, who will go to Bangalore? Yeah, does that happen? It happens. So girls, be very careful. They will ask you this question. Be very smart about it. Yes, sir, I'm okay to relocate to this location. However, sir, I'm Mumbai based. So if there is an vacancy at Mumbai, I'll appreciate it. Done? Do you know how to smartly diplomatically handle this? Superb. In a resume, avoid it, guys. Location, avoid it. Okay, some multinational companies will ask you to give your current address. There you fill the form, you give your current address. There is no problem. But where is this resume going? This resume can go anywhere. So I would not want to lose any opportunity because I have mentioned address. Let him ask that question in an interview. I hope this is clear. Yes?
Yes,
Shall
sir.
I move ahead?
Huh?
Thank you. All right. Moving ahead, summary. Many of you have written summary. Okay, I can see one summary here. Strategic data scientist world, data analyzing the data, developing, delivering, retailing, highly motivated employee with a desire to take new challenges, strong work ethics, adaptive, exceptional interpersonal skills. Very good, very nice. Looking forward to work in an environment that will help me to enhance my knowledge, career skills, gain experience, contribute towards achieving the required goals. Nice. I'm a passionate IT professional student from a strong background with web development, track record, with leadership, contributing to my college community, proficient in various languages, enthusiastic about growth. Very nice. Let's see some more. Mhm. Okay. Only few people have put it up, but of most of the people they put, I want to secure a career opportunities to fully utilize my career. Yeah, wonderful. So I read few of the um, objectives or summary. Honestly, after reading these career objectives, what are your thoughts? What is your first impression? Is it over the top? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
And be very honest. You don't mean a thing that you have written there. Yes? Do you want a career, challenging career, or you want a simple career which pays you good
Simple
amount of money?
career.
Uh, So I don't understand why people ask. Everybody's I want a challenging career. क्यों? नॉर्मल काम पसंद नहीं है तुम्हें क्यों तकलीफ वाला काम चाहिए भाई where you will utilize my skills and my competency for the growth of the organization. अरे वाह, you want to work for the growth of the organization. चल झूठे. Hmm? It's fake. It's exaggerated. Yeah. So if we conclude it, you have written it. Am I right? You have written it. So what type of a person you are portraying yourself? आपने लिखा है ना. So आप बता रहे हो कि आप एक डिसऑनेस्ट पर्सन हो, आप एक फेक पर्सन हो और आप बड़ी बड़ी फेकने में एक्सपर्टीज रखते हो, राइट? एंड यू हैव यूज्ड वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड्स लाइक लीडरशिप, अकाउंटेबिलिटी एंड वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड्स, जो वर्ड्स हम 10 years एक्सपीरियंस लोगों के लिए भी यूज करने से पहले 2 बार सोचेंगे, राइट? I've got great time management, great skills, I'm Superman, I'm Wonder Woman, I know everything, just give me an opportunity. Yeah, exaggeration. Okay, over the top. You don't mean it. And many of the career objectives are desperate. हाँ, देख लेना भाई, स्पेलिंग देख लेना. Desperate. So there is one type of people who will never give jobs, and there are many types of people. Let me summarize it. who will not get a job, or people who will don't give jobs. Number one, all the despos, sir, job de do, sir. Sir, I'm in a very urgent need of a job. You are the first one who will not get a job. Ask me why.
Sir, desperate, very desperate.
So what is the problem? Everybody is desperate for job. But if I see that you are very desperate about your job, I will not give you a job. Why? आपने देखा है अगर कोई आपका फ्रेंड बहुत तकलीफ में है, डेस्परेट है फॉर मनी, तो वो आपसे पैसे लेने के लिए कुछ भी कमिटमेंट कर देते हैं।
हाँ
ब्रो
सर।
ब्रो कल सुबह 9 बजे से पहले ना आई विल रिटर्न इट बैक टू। ब्रो तुझे भरोसा नहीं है मेरे पे? ब्रो याद है तू फर्स्ट ईयर आया था, कॉल मैंने तुझे कितनी हेल्प की थी? हैव यू सीन दैट हैपनिंग? People when they are desperate they make false commitment, fake promises, and they will say everything and anything, they will agree to everything you say. लेकिन अभी कल से तू मुझे चिढ़ाएगा नहीं, आज इस बार मैं हेल्प कर देता हूँ, लेकिन कल से ये ना मेरा बैग तू ही उठा के लेके, हाँ ब्रो तू जो बोलेगा ब्रो मैं करूंगा ब्रो। या पीपल इन डेस्परेशन विल डू एनीथिंग, will say anything, they will make false commitment and promises, and that is the last thing that I want from a candidate is fake promises and commitment. So when I will ask you, are you willing to work on weekends? हाँ सर कर लूंगा सर. Are you willing to work on this technology which is not there in your resume? हाँ सर कर लूंगा सर. Right? वो हर चीज के लिए हाँ बोल, और after 1 month, 2 month, 3 months, 4 months क्या होगा? Once you will get a job, ये मैं नहीं करूँगा. That will 100% happen. People who have problems. Yeah, what type of a problem? Financial problems. सर मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है सर, मैं बहुत तकलीफ में हूँ सर, मुझे जॉब दे दो. हम ऐसे लोगों को जॉब पे नहीं रखते. क्यों? Because see, when you are working for an organization, you should have decent financial stability in you. If you are financially stable, you are happy. At the same time, when you are working for an organization, आपके अपने खुद के खर्चे होते हैं. अगर आप अपने खुद के खर्चे नहीं उठा सकते हो तो आप ज्यादा देर टिकोगे भी नहीं. And your mindset would be पैसा पैसा पैसा. Yeah, you'll be desperately waiting for the money. So they do not make the best candidate. People with medical problems. See, I can give you my sympathy, but I will not give you a job. सर मैं कोविड में था, मेरे साथ ये प्रॉब्लम हो गया, आई एम लुकिंग फॉर अ जॉब. I can give you my sympathy, but I will not give you a job because you know corporate setup में you have to come and you have to work. That's how it works. You don't come, you are not able to give your best, and for that we need you to be medically fit. तो आप बहुत ज़्यादा बेस्ट नहीं दे पाओगे, आप काम नहीं कर पाओगे, तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं हो पाएंगे, पैसे नहीं आएंगे तो मैं आपको नहीं दे पाऊंगा, क्लाइंट को नहीं कैटर कर पाऊंगा. इट्स अ गिव एंड टेक थिंग. आर्मी में अगर कोई मेडिकली अनफिट होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं उसको?
रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं।
रिटायर कर देते हैं. सर सल्यूट टू यू, everything done, I'll give you a medal, everything, but sir now you are no longer fit for the job, retire. Yeah, तो मेडिकल प्रॉब्लम आपके पास है. So now this is all interview advice that I am giving you. Though this session is not about interview, but resume से ही interview में jump होता है, right? And don't bring out your medical issues in an interview. Okay. Depression, yeah, all those things avoid. Along with this, financial, medical, if you are facing social issues, yeah, don't mention it. Social issues, family issues, all these things are something that you should avoid. We expect a simple candidate, हमें normal candidate चाहिए जो अपना फाइनेंस देख लेता है, जो मेडिकली सुपरमैन नहीं तो एटलीस्ट फिट है, राइट? जो बहुत एक्साइटेड नहीं भी है तो चलेगा, बट एटलीस्ट डिप्रेस तो नहीं है, एंड ही इज नॉट हैविंग सम सोशल इश्यूज. If you have these problems, yeah, try not to bring it up in an interview. All right, but an HR will ask you questions related to this. How will I ask you? I will not ask you, are you facing any social issues? No. I will indirectly ask you, what is the most difficult moment of your life? Do you know what will be your response? If I suddenly ask you, what is the most difficult moment of your life? Your something like this will come up automatically. Do you agree? You cannot think much and reply. Immediately if I ask you, अभी recently सबसे ज़्यादा बड़ा problem क्या हुआ? तो इसमें से ही कुछ निकल के आ जाएगा अपने आप. And the moment something like this comes up, then I will not leave you. I will cross question you. Done? So your career objective should not sound that you are desperate. Okay. So what should I write down in your career objective? First of all, सबका career objective यही है, पैसा. But can you tell that I want to be with you because you are going to give me paisa? Can we say like this?
No, sir.
That's not polite to do, right? We can't we can't say that. So instead of writing career objective, you should write down a small summary. However, the case study that I see here, your summary is too long. Yeah, many of you have written summary, but the summary is too long or meaningless or fake. Right? So summary should be maximum of 2 sentences. Why 2 sentences? Nobody has time to read. Yeah, people don't have time to read. A resume, an HR evaluates a resume in close to 6 to 10 seconds. Okay, so in 2 seconds, what should I write down? In 2 sentences, what should I write down? I cannot tell you exactly what you should write down, but I can give you an idea. रोडीज देखा है रोडीज?
Yes, sir.
उसमें there is one popular question they ask. वो कैंडिडेट को पकड़ के पूछते हैं, क्यों बनना चाहता है रोडी, क्यों बनना चाहता है रोडी? And have you seen people who say, sir, I am very passionate about रोडी, रोडी मेरी जान है, this that and all? उनको नहीं लेते. Have you seen it? हाँ.
Yes, sir.
So why should I hire you? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर 2 sentences में आपको फिगर आउट करके लिखना है. I'll give you some ideas. Right? I'll give you some ideas. Highlight 2 things. What is resume? What is resume? How technical expert are you? Yeah, we want to see 2 things. How technical expert are you and how good personality are you? Yeah, good personality, expert personality, good personality will you. Everything you write in your resume should reflect this. So here you should write down 2 things. So there is one example where the gentleman has put up a good attempt. ना अभी एक मैंने रेज्यूमे देखा जहाँ पे एक अच्छा अटेम्प्ट किया गया है, but only problem was it was too lengthy. Yeah. Yes. So Roy, are you there? A good attempt. Yeah, a good attempt. But problem here is very lengthy. Plus, um, little over the top, and making it unbelievable. See, realistic होना चाहिए ना आपका अप्रोच. आपने कुछ चीजें लिख दिया और वो बहुत ओवर द टॉप हो गया तो कोई ऐसे ही नहीं माने. Right? Okay. But the approach was nice. Strategic data scientist, versed in distilling and analyzing data set, developing and delivering presentation. So instead of making this a very crisp English, use simple English to write down simple things. For example, uh, this gentleman Roy is trained. If I can see Roy has been data analyst. Okay, Roy is a data analyst और ये डिटेल ही नहीं दिया है, ठीक है. See, this is also one of the problem. आपने बोल दिया कि मैं ऐसा हूं, मैं वैसा हूं, मेरे पास ये चीजें हैं, वो चीजें हैं. But if I look at your credentials, I don't see those things. You see the problem, guys? या अगर आपने बोल दिया कि आपके पास ये सारी क्वालिटीज है तो मैं मान लूंगा? नो, राइट? आई वुड लाइक टू लुक इनटू योर क्रेडेंशियल्स. ऐसा आपने क्या काम किया है जिंदगी में कि आपको लगता है कि आप इस तरह के इंसान? विल एन एचआर डू दैट? यस. व्हेन यू राइट डाउन यू हैव ऑल दीज क्वालिटीज, आई वुड लाइक टू सी ये क्वालिटीज कहाँ से डेवलप हुई आपके अंदर, या आपने सिर्फ लिख दिया है, आपको लगता है आपकी ये क्वालिटी. Guys, did you understand what is the problem with your resume? Why your resume will not be shortlisted? It is not believable. Your resume is not believable. So why should I hire you? Just to give you a simple example. So you can write down simple things. Yeah. Suppose you have done some certification. So you can write down 100 hours trained and certified data analyst with expertise in mention one or two technologies. So if you say, suppose here Roy कहाँ गया? Where is Roy? Roy ने skill sets नहीं लिखे. नहीं, will not work. This will not work. Yeah, expertise in say machine learning or say Power BI. Mention some technology. Yeah, one or two things. Okay, and then for good personality aspect, mention one of your key achievements. Yeah, one of your key achievements. Also, a district level basketball player. Okay, by doing so, what is happening? आपने बता दिया कि आपके पास कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट रिलेवेंट टेक्निकल स्किल्स हैं. यस, बता दिया. ओके, आपने ये भी बता दिया कि आपने कुछ अच्छा काम किया है लाइफ में, जिससे ये कंक्लूड किया जा सकता है दैट यू हैव सम पर्सनालिटी. सो इफ समबडी सेज आई एम अ डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल बास्केटबॉल प्लेयर, तो उससे क्या समझ में आता है? व्हाट डू वी अंडरस्टैंड? ही इज कंसिस्टेंट, ही इज अ टीम प्लेयर. कैन आई से दैट?
Yes, sir.
Of course. See, this is what an HR holds expertise in. HR को डायरेक्ट मत बोलो मैं बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग हूँ, फिर वो बोलेगा कैसे हो, वो देखने की कोशिश करेगा, उसको कुछ दिखेगा ही नहीं, जो कि अभी हुआ प्रॉब्लम. डिड यू सी? आप लोगों ने जो भी लिखा है, थिंग्स दैट यू हैव रिटन, आई एम ट्राइंग टू वेरीफाई इट. इफ यू आर सेइंग यू आर अ हार्ड वर्किंग पर्सन, सो आई एम ट्राइंग टू फिगर इट आउट हाउ यू आर हार्ड वर्किंग पर्सन. यू हैव रिटन यू हैव गॉट गुड लीडरशिप क्वालिटी. आई एम ट्राइंग टू फिगर आउट फ्रॉम योर क्रेडेंशियल्स कि क्या किया है भाई लीडरशिप वाला, जो आप अपने आप को बोलोगे आपने लीडर, तो कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है. यस. सो व्हाट विल आई डू? विल आई कॉल यू एंड आस्क यू अरे आपने लीडरशिप वाला क्या काम किया है? नो, योर रेज्यूमे इज रिजेक्टेड. या सो नेवर डायरेक्टली से आई एम दिस, आई एम दैट, आई एम दिस एंड दैट. टेल मी व्हाई डू यू थिंक यू आर दिस एंड दैट? व्हाई डू यू थिंक यू आर अ लीडर? You have mentioned you are a good leader. You have mentioned you are a team player. Tell me what all team activities you have done. सर वो हम सब ग्रुप में मूवी देखने जाते हैं, टीम बिल्डिंग. राइट? नहीं यार, कुछ अचीवमेंट्स दिखाने हैं। छोटे भी दिखाओगे तो भी चलेगा। सर, आई डोंट हैव मच अचीवमेंट्स, दैट्स नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम। Yeah, a fifth class student is also hardworking as you. So if you are a graduate, you show your graduate level of hard work. Fifth class student will talk about his hard work journey in his way. Am I right? Do you understand the context? किसी के पास ओलंपिक का मेडल है, तुम्हारे पास छोटा सा कॉलेज फेस्ट का मेडल है. Both of them concludes that you are a hardworking person, or you are a person who takes initiative, or you are a person who puts some effort. Both of them will do the same conclusion. Do you agree? Now, Olympic वाला थोड़ा ज़्यादा impression लाएगा. I agree with you. But still, अगर उसको 5 points मिलेंगे हार्ड वर्क के लिए तो आपको 2 तो मिलेगा ही ना. It is still better than getting 0, which all of you are going to get on your exam. Okay, sound sweet and simple. Summary समझ में आ गया? Is it easy to read this? इसके बदले में अगर मैंने बहुत सारी चीजें लिख दी होती, 10-12 सेंटेंसेस लिख दिए होते, ऐसा है वैसा है, तो क्या होता? इंफॉर्मेशन ओवरलोडिंग. Sir, I'm a very sincere person. I'm dedicated to the growth of the organization where I have been trained into data analysis and many other visualization, different types of techniques. Sir, I am doing very good with the team building and various different activities. क्या समझ में आया? In 3 seconds, 4 seconds, what is your view about me? कुछ नहीं समझ में आया. You just confused more. Yes? Do you see how internet is misleading you? Do you agree? Because if I go and search on internet, tell me career objective, हाँ, वो यही सारी चीजें बताएगा. It's not your ideas, you have picked it up from internet. Am I right? अरे acknowledge कर दो यार. Yes, no.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, am I audible guys? अरे please acknowledge कर दो. Okay, that one request that I have asked you guys. You know, I'm sharing so many beautiful things. I can give you in guarantee. ChatGPT को भी पूछोगे तो ChatGPT will not tell you these things. And you watch 1 lakh video today on internet, they will not tell you all these things. You go to 5,000 website today, they will all mislead you. So appreciate the session a little bit, please. All right. And if you
Yes,
don't
sir.
agree with me, yeah, if you don't agree with me, we can discuss over it, no problem. But I want you to see the bigger picture here and be little open-minded. See, when this is your approach, you will become very unique. How many people will write down this? Nobody. Everybody will do the same thing. Sir, I want to contribute to the growth of the organization to the best of my. Everybody will do the same. Suddenly, and resume like this will come. Are this is a practical person. Done. Moving ahead. Moving ahead. Educational qualification. All of your educational qualification are incomplete. Do you know why? Everybody's educational qualification makes no sense. Can anybody tell me why? Because by going through this, I'm not able to understand your educational journey. All you are telling is, sir, मैंने डिग्री की है, मेरे को इतने मार्क्स आए, बाकी तुम देखो. In your 3 years of degree, in your 4 years of degree, you must have done a lot of things. You must have learned a lot of things. You must have achieved a lot of small and big things. Am I right? And here is a piece of paper that is asking you to talk about your personality, your expertise, and you are not doing so. समरी में ओवर शेयर कर दिया और एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन में अंडर शेयर कर दिया. आफ्टर रीडिंग योर एजुकेशनल जर्नी फॉर क्वालिफिकेशन, एम आई एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड 3 साल आपने क्या क्या काम किया है? और आपने क्या क्या चीजें सीखी होगी। मुझे पता चल रहा है कुछ? यस और नो? पता चल रहा है, नहीं पता चल रहा? बिल्कुल नहीं पता चल रहा। सो मुझे कैसे पता चलेगा कि आफ्टर योर डिग्री इज डन, ड्यूरिंग योर डिग्री यू मस्ट हैव लर्न लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, यू आर जस्ट एज्यूमिंग कि एचआर को समझ में आ जाएगा, एम आई राइट? आप एज्यूम कर रहे हो कि इफ आई राइट डाउन आई हैव डन BSc, so HR will automatically understand that I am the right person for the job. You are assuming. That's where you go wrong. It's your job to convince the HR that you are the right person. It's not HR job to find out that you are the right person. It does not work the other way. ठीक है, आपका काम है HR को बताना कि आप सही कैंडिडेट हो, नॉट HR जॉब टू डिग एंड फाइंड आउट कि आर यू द राइट कैंडिडेट। HR से वेरीफाई करेगा आप जो बोल रहे हो वो सही है, उसको सही लग रहा है या नहीं लग रहा है। आपने बोला ही नहीं तो इमीडिएट रिजेक्शन। ओके, क्लियर? So in your resume, you did not share very vital thing, which is your educational journey. When you talk about your educational journey, I want to understand, number one, apart from what marks you have got, I want to understand what were your major subjects, key focus subjects. Is it important to share this information? Yes, it is very
Yes,
important.
sir.
आप बता ही नहीं रहे हो। Sir, I'm going for data science program, and sir, in my curriculum I have studied Python, machine learning, this, that. ये मेरे curriculum का part था sir, and I have studied this for 2 years, 3 years. You are not telling, you are assuming कि वो समझ जाएगा. That's not how the industry works. You are also not disclosing um, during this what were your achievements. I'm sure बहुत सारे seminars, webinars, बहुत सारे चीजें की होंगी आपने, छोटे से छोटे क्यों ना। Every see, those who are in third year, those who are in third year or second year, have you seen that you in first year and you in third year are completely different personality? Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Yes. फर्स्ट ईयर में जब आप आते हैं बहुत सीधे साधे होते हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें नहीं बनती। थर्ड ईयर में हम चेंज हो जाते, वी आर मोर वोकल, मोर कॉन्फिडेंट एंड मोर स्मार्ट, वी फील मोर कॉन्फिडेंट अबाउट आवरसेल्फ। हाउ डिड दैट हैपन? दैट हैपेंड बाय डूइंग स्मॉल एक्टिविटीज फॉर 3 years। लोगों से इंटरेक्ट किया, लोगों से मिले, बातचीत की, कुछ इवेंट्स पार्टिसिपेट किया, या इवन इफ यू आर लीडिंग इट, गुड, इवन इफ यू आर जस्ट एज अ पार्टिसिपेंट, you learn a lot of things. Now it is your job to share those achievements with the HR. So 3 साल में क्या क्या अचीवमेंट्स किए हैं, सेमिनार, वेबिनार मेंशन करना चाहिए, so that HR को समझ में आएगा कि yes, in 3 years you have put up some effort apart from your university examination to learn new things and to work on your personality. मेरे को दो ही चीज चाहिए, technical skills and personality. Technical skills will come from your um, technical skills, that technologies that you have acquired. Personality will come from events, exhibitions, or sports, or your participation in your extracurricular activities. Personality वहीं से ही आता है, घर बैठ के personality नहीं develop होती। Done? So your educational qualification makes no sense to me. Yeah, 99% ऐसे ही लिखते हैं, which is incomplete. Because now everybody's education is same, no? See, if you look at everybody's education qualification, it is same, right? It is same. But but when you add your life journey like this, सब्जेक्ट में भी आप वो सब्जेक्ट मेंशन करो जिसमें आपको इंटरेस्ट है या आप जिसमें करियर बनाना चाहते हो। Somebody who wants to get into Java, yeah, would mention Java. Okay, somebody who wants to get into app development would mention technologies related to app development. So आप highlight कर सकते हो which part of your curriculum you are interested. Achievement सबके अलग अलग होंगे या सबके सेम होंगे? It will vary, am I right?
Uh,
It will vary. So educational journey, if you mention like this, what will happen is सबका educational journey अलग निकल के आएगा. Everybody will have a different educational journey. That way you will be defining your personality in subconscious way. सर देखो ये है मेरा जर्नी और everybody's resume will look different also. It will not be same. Right now I cannot say the same. Two questions in the chat box. Is it compulsory to mention marks? For a fresher, yes. But मार्क्स के लिए कैसा है, अगर 60 एंड अबव है, क्योंकि फ्रेशर के लिए ना यूजुअली मार्क्स पूछ लेते हैं भाई कितने मार्क्स आए. अगर 60 एंड अबव है तो प्लीज मेंशन इट. अगर नहीं है तो क्या करोगे? मत डालो यार, बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट मिलेगा. ऑलराइट, हाँ, बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट मिलेगा. बट ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ इयर्स, 2-3 साल जब आपके पास थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस हो जाएगा, आप मार्क्स हटा सकते हो अगर आपके बहुत अच्छे मार्क्स नहीं है. बट अभी एज अ फ्रेशर, बिकॉज HR विल आस्क यू फॉर इट, इनफैक्ट HR विल लुक स्पेसिफिकली कितना मार्क्स आया है, तो मार्क्स डाल दो. आउट ऑफ दैट ऑल्सो इफ हियर देयर इज सम कैंडिडेट जिसको 50-55 आया है, कोई है ऐसा 50-55? बहुत कैंडिडेट 59.9% है कोई? There is always that one unlucky chap who has got 59.9%, yeah, in every batch, है ना? उसके लिए I have only one thing to say, bro, there is better things waiting for you in life, yeah, because you will not be eligible for many of the placements. Don't get disheartened. Wait for the right company who will allow you to sit, and definitely mark my word, there is better things working. There are better things waiting for you in life, but start working hard. Okay, somebody who has got a good score um, is naturally working hard. You have to appreciate it. Somebody who has got less score, of course, you are not working hard, and you have written in your resume, "I'm working hard." See, this is how HR evaluates things. Yeah, you write down in your resume, "Sir, I'm very hardworking, very sincere, want to give my best to the skills and ability, etc." Then HR will look down how much percentage of 51. अरे तू तेरा सिलेबस तो पढ़ लेता कम से कम. Hard worker. 3 years you had one job to study your syllabus. That also you did not do. हाँ सर, तबीयत थोड़ी खराब थी सर, प्रिपरेशन चल रहा था सर. Then you start coming up with all the excuses. Guys, if an HR asks you why you scored a low marks, right? Your answer should never be one of these. सर मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं थी सर. बिकॉज कॉलेज में तो चल जाता है ये, क्यों नहीं आया लेक्चर? सर बहुत बुखार था मैडम. मैडम बहुत प्रॉब्लम है मैडम, आपको पता ही नहीं है लाइफ में. हाँ, if you say same things to an HR, he will like, all right, very nice, about done, there is the door, yeah, come again next time. Solve your problems when you think your problems are solved, come again. All right. How do we respond to put our cultural responsibility that we have taken over bachelor course? Yes. So cultural responsibilities can be part of your achievements, and they tell you that you are a responsible person. NSS activities, any kind of cultural activities that you have done, something that we mention, because that talks about you are a responsible person, yeah, and you take some extra initiative. It's a good thing, and HR will always appreciate it, right? In comparison to those who thought that it is waste of time. देखो, या तो तुम जीनियस हो, 99.9% ला रहे हो, तो तुम्हारे पास टाइम नहीं था कोकलर एक्टिविटीज जाने के लिए। ओके, तुम 99.9% ला रहे हो, तुम गूगल में सेलेक्ट हो जाओगे, ठीक है, तो चल जाएगा। बट ना तुम्हारा स्कोर आया है, ना तुम्हारे पास एक्सपर्टीज है, ना तुमने एक्टिविटीज इवेंट्स वगैरह में अपने आप को सेल्फ डेवलप करने की कोशिश की, ना तुम्हारा पब्लिक स्पीकिंग प्रॉपर है, ना तुम्हारी ग्रुप में, तो फिर गड़बड़ है दोस्त। सो सच काइंड ऑफ कैंडिडेट व्हाट दे शुड डू, डोंट वरी, स्टार्ट फ्रेश, स्टार्ट फ्रॉम नाउ, train yourself. Training can solve everything. Yeah, anybody can be trained in a short duration of time. Those those who have not done academically good, 3 years of life wasted. How many of you feel so now? थर्ड ईयर तक ये फीलिंग आ जाती है बहुत लोगों को, यार 3 साल तो बर्बाद हो गए यार, अब क्या करूं मैं। या हाँ, there will be some people. A few advice to you. The key is training. Train yourself. Find a mentor. Goal setting कर लो बहुत ज़्यादा. What all goal settings, where you want to see yourself. If you want to become a data scientist, if you want to be a digital marketer, set कर लो goal. उसके लिए क्या क्या skills चाहिए, ये skills चाहिए, अब क्या करूँ, train हो जाओ उसके लिए. Catch hold of a mentor. Give yourself 1 month, 2 months और maximum 3 months. उस चीज़ में train हो जाओ. Public speaking, personality development, this resume session, these all will help you. Yeah, in 3 months you can cover up the time that you have lost in 3 years very easy. Yeah, remove all the distraction. 3 महीने में तैयार हो तुम दोस्त. Done. All right, I hope I have addressed all the questions. Okay, moving ahead, I'll review everybody's resume. Okay, but I want you to rework on your resumes and send me again after a week's time. Then after a week's time, you work on all of these things and send it back to me. I'll review all your resumes again and tell you if you are still wrong somewhere. Internship. So many of you have mentioned internship, projects, and experience. Some of you have not mentioned any of these things. So आपने लिखा skills. You wrote something called as skills. Now suppose you write down, I know how to fly a plane. Yeah. So मैं मान लूंगा क्या?
No, sir.
नहीं मानूंगा ना. Suppose you write down, I was a pilot, yeah, with say Air India, yeah, 3 years experience, something like that. Work experience आपने add किया. So now it is understandable, no? You know how to fly a plane. बोलना पड़ेगा क्या? You are a former pilot for Air India, so you know how to fly a plane. नहीं बोलना पड़ेगा ना? It is automatically conclusive. Yeah, automatic conclusive. So you have the skills that you are talking about can only be concluded by 1, 2, 3 ways. आप एक आपके पास ये टेक्निकल स्किल्स है, इसको 3 तरीके से ही कंक्लूड किया जा सकता है, अपार्ट फ्रॉम हैविंग अ बेसिक डिग्री. सी, योर डिग्री ओनली कंक्लूड्स दैट यू हैव एक्सपोजर टू द टेक्नोलॉजी. आपके पास नॉलेज है, स्किल्स है, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है. देयर इज something we call in industrial psychology which is called as KSA. Do you know what is KSA? Knowledge, skills, and attitude. So a candidate should have KSA. एक अच्छा इंसान, एक अच्छा लीडर, एक अच्छा एम्प्लॉय, एक अच्छा entrepreneur, you can only become if you have KSA. Knowledge, skills, and attitude. Your degree gives you a lot of knowledge. Compared to your 12th standard, now you have a lot of knowledge. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Watching YouTube videos will give you a lot of knowledge. Reading books will give you a lot of knowledge. It'll give you a lot of knowledge. But if you read a book about how to fly a plane, can you fly a plane? If you watch a YouTube video how to fly a plane, can you fly a plane? Yes, no. Guys, very logical question. If you watch a YouTube video how to, chalo, forget plane, cycle. If you watch a video how to do cycling and read a book about how to do cycling, will you able to do cycling? अगर आपको नहीं आती तो? No,
No,
right?
sir.
No, because you have all the knowledge but you don't have the skills. आपको सब पता है प्लेन कैसे उड़ता है, क्या बटन क्या करता है, सारी चीजें पता है, बट आप नहीं उड़ा पाओगे क्योंकि आपके पास स्किल्स नहीं है. ओके, एंड दिस इज द स्किल दैट वी आर टॉकिंग व्हेन ये यही है वो चीज जो आप आपके रेज्यूमे में लिख रहे हो. आपके रेज्यूमे में आपने क्या लिखा है? नॉलेज. व्हाट हैव यू रिटन कंप्यूटर नॉलेज और यू हैव रिटन कंप्यूटर स्किल्स? You have written computer skills. Okay, so I want to see as an HR, इसको ये स्किल्स कहाँ से है भाई? और आपका आंसर क्या है? सर मैंने डिग्री की है ना तो मेरे पास ये स्किल है. गलत. या सी डिग्रीज में लैब वर्क्स होता है. यू हैव लैब वर्क्स, राइट? प्रैक्टिकल्स. एम आई राइट?
Sir. Yes, sir.
प्रैक्टिकल होता है. और सी डिग्री में कहाँ स्किल्स आते हैं? दो जगह से आते हैं. जो प्रैक्टिकल्स आप करते हो वहां से थोड़े स्किल्स आते हैं. बट दीज प्रैक्टिकल्स आर बेसिकली टू these practicals are very basics. If you see, these practicals are very basic to help you understand the concept. Am I right? ये प्रैक्टिकल बहुत
Yes,
सिंपल
sir.
होते हैं और आपको कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आ जाए इसलिए कराए जाते हैं. वो भी आधे लोग नहीं करते. एंड देन यू हैव वन प्रोजेक्ट एट द एंड ऑफ 3 year. Now cross your heart and tell me, do you really do this project dedicatedly? Be honest guys. नहीं. Yeah, we don't do it. हम सोचते हैं तब तक मैडम बोलती है नेक्स्ट वीक लास्ट डेट है, फिर हम यहाँ वहां से चिपका के दे देते हैं. एक टीम बनती है, टीम में से एक बंदा काम करता है और बाकी सिर्फ उसे चाय समोसा खिलाते हैं. ब्रो तो खाली कहते हैं प्रोजेक्ट, चाय मैं पिलाता हूँ तुझे. सो दिस रियलिटी ऑफ एवरी यूनिवर्सिटी, डू HR नो और नो? दे नो इट. They know it. Anyway, here the skill set uh, that we try to develop is not very high. Your real skill sets or major skill sets are developed by these three ways. Number one, certificates. Certificates में क्या होता है? Okay. So now I'm pretty sure your faculties must be pushing you certificates करना है, करना है, करना है, करना है. Am I right? Yeah. Certificates करना है semester में. They must be pushing you for it. See, when you do certificates, certificates are nothing but a training program. That means in certificates, what happens is 30-hour certificates, 50-hour certificates, 10-hour certificates, 100-hour certificates, 900-hour certificates. Certificates में क्या होता है? There is an industry-led mentor जो आपको basic knowledge देगा और बहुत सारे केस स्टडीज सॉल्व करेंगे आप, या प्रैक्टिकल्स या प्रोजेक्ट्स करोगे आप. दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस इन सर्टिफिकेट्स. एम आई राइट? It is a short duration, minimum knowledge, and maximum case studies and projects. Correct? And they are little aligned to the industry. Best part is it is industry aligned. So this guarantees कि आपने कुछ skills यहाँ से develop किए हो. So if you have not done any certificate, it becomes very difficult for you to justify कि मेरे पास ये skills है sir. या बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है justify करना उस चीज. Next thing is internship. Internship में you work in a team, a real problem is given to you, and you learn a lot of invaluable things: team building, how to work in a professional setup, project management, how to apply the knowledge that you have acquired practically into a real life scenario. देखो कार है ना, अपने आपने कार नई नई कार चलानी सीखी, करेक्ट? नॉलेज में आपको पता चल गया कार के इंजन के बारे में. सर्टिफिकेट में क्या हुआ? आपने एक कंट्रोल्ड इन्वायरमेंट में, व्हाट इज सर्टिफिकेट? इन अ कंट्रोल्ड इन्वायरमेंट, मेंटोर लेड इन्वायरमेंट. सर्टिफिकेट इज नथिंग बट अ मेंटोर लेड और इंस्ट्रक्टर लेड हम बोलते हैं, इंस्ट्रक्टर लेड ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स, ILTP शॉर्ट फॉर्म. तो यहाँ पे क्या होता है, एक कंट्रोल्ड इन्वायरमेंट में यू लर्न लॉट ऑफ स्किल्स. इट्स लाइक आप अपनी सोसाइटी में ना कार चलाना सीख रहे हो, करेक्ट? आपने चलानी सीख ली कार एक ग्राउंड में, आपके घर के पास खाली ग्राउंड था, वहां आपके डैड ने कार चलानी सिखा दी. व्हाट आर द चांसेस अगर मैं आपको मोहम्मद अली रोड के ट्रैफिक में बोलूं कि अब कार लेके वहां से जाना है और आप एकदम आप टेंशन में आ जाओगे और आप नहीं चला पाओगे या आप फंस जाओगे? व्हाट आर द चांसेस?
Very high, sir.
Very high chances. So if I put you into real industry scenario, you will not be able to solve the problem, या आप तो भी काम नहीं कर पाओगे. Chances are very high because real life scenario में parameters थोड़े अलग होते हैं. Yes. So internship will give you exposure to those real parameters. That is why we advise you, अगर कोई free internship भी दे रहा है ना, तो जाके करो, so that you get exposure to these real parameters. So there are certificates with internship, very nice. Okay. यूनिवर्सिटीज में इंटर्नशिप होता है, कई सालों से है, बट अगेन क्या होता है, लोग इंटर्नशिप जाते नहीं है और सर्टिफिकेट कहीं से जुगाड़ करके दे देते हैं, या अपने दोस्त के या पापा के या ऐसे कहीं ना कहीं से जुगाड़ लगा करके दे देते. राइट? यस, पीपल डू इट. और मेनी ऑफ द टाइम इंटर्नशिप मिलती ही नहीं. दैट इज ऑल्सो अ रियलिटी. स्टूडेंट दे डोंट गेट इंटर्नशिप अपॉर्चुनिटी कि भाई कोई सिखा दे फ्री में ही सही, तो वो प्रॉब्लम आता ही आता है. तो क्यों है ऐसा? क्यों कोई सिखाएगा भाई तुमको? वाई विल एनीबडी ट्रेन यू? राइट? क्यों सिखाएगा कोई? क्वेश्चन उठता है. बिकॉज एज एन इंटर्नशिप, नो मैटर व्हाट यू डू, योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टुवर्ड्स द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज लीस्ट. क्योंकि आप सीख रहे हो ना. जब आप सीख रहे हो तो आप क्या ही काम करोगे? आप थोड़ा बहुत काम करके दे सकते हो, और वो भी क्वालिटी वर्क नहीं होता है. ओके. सो इसीलिए 90% of the companies they don't offer internship. Some company they do offer internship. Some company don't offer money with internship because उनको पता है कि भाई मेरा पैसा लग रहा है, मेरा टाइम लग रहा है, उसके ऊपर से मैं पैसे भी दूं तुम्हें. Some company have budget, so they might give you 5-6 thousand rupees. मिलता है तो ठीक है, नहीं मिलता है तो कोई बात. but 99%, 95% of the companies will not offer you money during your internship. Unless and otherwise, अगर कोई पैसा दे रहा है तो they will sign a contract with you. What is the contract? After completion of the internship, where you will work? In the same organization. They will sign a bond with you. ठीक है, I will give you money, but after your internship completion, आप हमारे यहाँ ही काम करोगे. Who does it? Almost all the companies they do it. They put you on probation. Infosys does it. 6 months of rigorous training, but there is a bond of minimum 2 to 3 years. So अगर कोई बोल रहा है कि तू फ्री में इंटर्नशिप कर ले and there is no bond, is it not better? It's better ना. 6 महीने सीख लो, फिर किसी अच्छे कंपनी में चले जाना. Done. Then is experience. So I did not have a good score. I could not get placed in big multinational companies. सर वो देखो, वो इन्फोसिस में काम कर रहा है, रोज इंस्टाग्राम पे पोस्ट करता है. आई फील वेरी डिप्रेस्ड. माई कलीग्स आर वर्किंग इन बिग मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज एंड आई डोंट हैव अ जॉब. विल दिस हैपन विद यू? Yes. What should you do? Focus on training, certificates, and internship, and some MSME, small and medium enterprises, where you start working. Chota company. Give yourself an year. In a year, gather all the knowledge. After a year, you can apply to these same big multinational companies. Yes, and you can again bring back your career on track. Done, guys? So ये तीन चीजें mention करनी है. Sadly, it's not there. Yeah, at some places it is there, but there is a problem. Here, suppose this gentleman has written data analytics from XYZ company. But this gentleman has learned what from this internship? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what this gentleman has learned from this internship? What skills he must have acquired? Is it clear? No, right? Yes, am I audible, guys? Can I have a feedback first? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, I'm sorry I'm taking a little bit of time, but I'm as fast as possible. But if you see, I'm telling you exactly what is wrong with everybody's resume. And if you really understand these things, nobody can stop you to get a star job. I can guarantee you personally that nobody will ever reject your resume. Okay. And that is only possible if you pay attention to all these minute details. And trust me, no YouTube video or no other resources. And in fact, many people from the industry will mislead you and they will not tell you all these things. आप जाके थोड़ा सा देखना. Yes, थोड़ा सा be patient. You have to understand how industry. See, I'm also trying to tell you how industry works, how HR works, what all problems you are going to face, and how will you solve it. So I'm covering a lot of other things also. Okay, and I just don't want you to find. See, I don't want you guys to follow suggestions and ideas blindly. Life में ना कभी भी कुछ भी blindly follow नहीं करने का. There has to be some scientific approach. So we are trying to give you as scientific approach as possible. See, this internship is not meaningful. Do you know why? Because मुझे इससे क्या नॉलेज मिला, क्या स्किल्स मिला, वो कहीं नहीं लिखा है. आप एज्यूम कर रहे हो कि मैंने इंटर्नशिप किया है, मतलब मुझे आता होगा बहुत कुछ, ऐसा एचआर आप एज्यूम कर लो. नो, If you want to prove something, if you want to convince something, use simple science. What is the simple science? वो बचपन में हम यूज करते थे. Do you know the science of LHS? LHS equals to RHS. What is the next sentence after this? We used to do this in when we were kids. LHS equals to RHS. Next sentence क्या लिखते थे हम?
Yes, sir.
What is
Hence
the
proof.
next
Left hand
sentence?
side go right.
हाँ, hence proved. तो यार ये तो हम trained है already. If you want to prove something, the equation is already there with you. लाइफ में कुछ भी प्रूव करना है तो यही इक्वेशन यूज करना है आपको. फॉर एग्जाम्पल you want to prove that you are a good data analyst, in this example. So you can write down, sir, I have done 3 months internship as data analyst. This is just the left hand side. It is not conclusive. ये inconclusive है. इससे कहीं ये नहीं कंक्लूड हो रहा है कि आपको डाटा रिलेटेड चीजें आती होंगी. क्यों? RHS is missing. So I will write down the RHS where I have implemented, say, um, data collection techniques, cleaning, visualization, using. See, ये तो प्रोसेस हो गया. प्रोसेस के साथ साथ टूल और टेक्नोलॉजी भी बताना होता है. देयर आर थ्री थिंग्स माय डियर फ्रेंड: प्रोसेस, टूल, टेक्नोलॉजी. हाउ डू आई calculate you are a great technical expert? You are a great technical expert if you know the process, if you know the technology and tools. So your resume should mention these three things. सिर्फ प्रोसेस बता दोगे गड़बड़ है, सिर्फ टूल बता दोगे गड़बड़ है, सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी बता दोगे गड़बड़ है. तीन चीज बतानी चाहिए, तीन चीज आनी चाहिए. When you are learning things also, if you want to become a great app developer, Android developer, so you should know the process of developing app. You should know what is the technology that are existing right now and what all tools are there to develop it. You want to become a data science, so you should know the process of data engineering, data analysis, and data processing and business analysis. What all technologies are available to implement this process, right? And then, are there any tools? Yeah, Python is the technology, process is data science, tool is, फिर वो tools तो बहुत सारे हैं हमारे पास. ये सॉरी Jupyter Notebook, Anaconda, these are all tools. Yeah, compilers, IDs, uh, VS Code, Node, सब tools है. So process mention कर दिया, technology and tool भी mention कर दिया. Using, for example, you can write down ML algorithms, like mention करो, आधी चीजें नहीं लिखना. Power BI, MS Excel, Tableau, that's it. That's it. Not too much. Important points. Now, does it conclude that you are a good data analyst? Now, is it conclusive? कि भाई internship किया, internship ने इसने ये भी किया, ये भी किया, ये भी किया. Very good. Imagine if my company is focusing on this tool and this technology. What are the chances that I'll hire you? Imagine my company is using this tool and this process or this technology. What are the chances? And you have mentioned this in your resume. What are the chances that I will call you for an interview and you will get hired? Is it high?
Comparatively
Very
very high.
high.
Comparatively very high. Yeah. आजकल AI टूल्स आ गए हैं जो आपका रेज्यूमे इवैल्यूएट करते हैं. वो ये सारी चीजों को स्कैन करते हैं पूरा. द मोमेंट जब डेटा ही नहीं है, तो resume straight away reject हो जाता है. Do you know this? AI tools are there to scan your resume. They look for these things. All right. Um, the question asked by Kanan, how many number of pages should be there as a fresher in your resume? See, idea कितना खाना खाना चाहिए बताओ? एक ही रोटी खानी चाहिए या दो रोटी खानी चाहिए? कितना खाना खाना चाहिए? जितना आपके न्यूट्रिशन के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है उतना खाना खाना चाहिए, ना ज्यादा कम ना बहुत ज्यादा. Am I right?
Yes,
Right,
sir.
sir.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
So one page might be too less for you to talk about your entire life journey. 2 page would be sufficient. 3 page, अरे कोई पढ़ेगा ही नहीं डालोगे तो. All right. I hope that addresses your query. वन
Yes, sir.
पेज में
Thank
ना फिट करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. इतनी सारी चीजें, फोटो भी है, ये भी है, कुछ बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन भी है, तो स्कोप नहीं बचेगा कि मैं अपने बारे में कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग टेक्निकल एंड पर्सनालिटी चीजें बता पाऊँ. सो 2 पेज में मैं इजीली बता पाऊँ. 3 पेज में नहीं जाना है क्योंकि कोई पढ़ेगा ही नहीं. सो ना ज्यादा कम ना बहुत ज्यादा. या
So,
यस.
but resume should be of like it should be very less. It should be not much lengthy or like that way now. And CV should be of it can be of 2 or 3 pages, which describes our whole journey.
या
And
सो
resume, I have heard like that way. That's it.
सी resume, like I told you, 1 page में सी, yeah, should be as short as possible, agreed, but that does not mean कि you will um, you will compromise with the content. That is foolishness. खाना कितना खाना है? खाना उतना खाना चाहिए जितनी कैलोरी मिल जाए. करेक्ट. अब आप बोलोगे कि मैं कम कैलोरी खा लेता हूँ तो प्रॉब्लम है. सी नाउ इफ यू सी 1 पेज ऑफ योर रेज्यूमे, या इतने में आपने अपना बेसिक इंफॉर्मेशन डाल दिया, एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन डाल दिया, आपको 2-4 प्रोजेक्ट्स डालने चाहिए, 2-4 सर्टिफिकेट्स डालने चाहिए, 5-6 अचीवमेंट्स डालने चाहिए, स्किल्स डालने चाहिए. इतना सब एक पेज पे फिट हो पाएगा क्या? हम्म? वो तभी फिट होगा जब आप नहीं डालोगे आधी चीजें. करेक्ट, विच इज द केस. सो हियर जैसे बहुत सारी चीजें नहीं डाली है तो एक पेज पे फिट हो गया. ऑलराइट. तो बहुत सारे लोगों ने डाला है बट यहाँ पे लाइक आई टोल्ड यू एवरीथिंग इज मिसिंग. सो आइडियली इट विल रिक्वायर 2 पेज फॉर यू एज ए फ्रेशर और एज एन एक्सपीरियंस पर्सन, कोई भी हो. 2 पेज के ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए. क्यों नहीं जाना चाहिए? Nobody will read it. Yeah. So what you should do when you have 3 page content, only mention important content. आपके पास 50 सर्टिफिकेट है तो क्या करोगे? अरे टॉप 10 मेंशन कर दो यार. करेक्ट. आपके पास एक ही सर्टिफिकेट है, एक ही रेज्यूमे में सब, एक ही पेज में सब फिट आ गया. ओ भाई क्या कर रहा है? कुछ सर्टिफिकेट कर ले, डाल वहां पे. अंडरस्टूड? आई होप दैट सॉल्व्स योर क्वेरी. Yeah, if you can make it in 1 page, good enough. But 1 page is not sufficient enough for anyone. Limit it to maximum of 2 page, because beyond that, nobody is interested to read what you have done, what you have not done. If I start talking about my achievements and all, my work experience वगैरह वगैरह, how many companies I have trained this, अरे आएगा ही नहीं, फिट ही नहीं होगा 2 पेज में. 10 पेज भी कम पड़ेंगे to the exposure that I have. So what I do, मैं है ना सिर्फ टॉप इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें रख के आई लिमिट इट टू 2 पेज. फॉर ए फ्रेशर आपको ऐड करनी पड़ेगी चीजें. As an experienced person, I will have to remove things and mention only relevant things. I hope that addresses your question. Okay, Kanan is asking, what if my experience is not related to the job? Wonderful question. मैं एनालिस्ट बनना चाहता हूं बट मेरा जॉब जो मैंने किया है वो सेल्स में है. सो हियर यू कैन बी लिटिल स्मार्ट एंड व्हाट यू कैन डू हियर इज सी any job will have some correlated skills with another job. As an analyst, suppose you have worked for sales में ना आप एक्सेल में काम करते हो. Am I right? सेल्स में आप एक्सेल में काम करते हो. कुछ बेसिक चीजें होती है जो एनालिस्ट से मिलती जुलती होती. ओके, नहीं भी होती है ना तो सोचो, निकल के आएगी. An analyst requires you to analyze the data. As a salesperson, you take the data and you analyze it. किसको कॉल करना है, नहीं करना है. Is it a relevant skill in and common skill in both the set? Yes.
Yes, sir.
सो मैंने सेल्स मेंशन किया है बट मैं उसमें क्या हाईलाइट करूंगा, मैं ये हाईलाइट नहीं करूंगा. सेल्स रिलेटेड चीजें कम हाईलाइट करूंगा एंड आई विल हाईलाइट common skills that are there in analyst and I will highlight those things. So that way a non-domain experience will contribute to my current job. Ideally, the advice is one CV should be made for one job role. You cannot say यही CV है, इससे ही मुझे एंड्रॉइड डेवलपर बनना है, इसी CV से मुझे डेटा एनालिस्ट भी बनना है. One CV cannot be pushed for multiple job roles. One CV, one job role, and whatever you write down in that should contribute to that job role. So I have 19 CVs. एक डेटा साइंटिस्ट का है, एक पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट कोच का है, एक प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर का है, एक स्क्रम मास्टर का है. Different roles that I play, I have separate CVs. उसमें कुछ चीजें कॉमन है, कुछ चीजें चेंज है. So you have to make one resume that should reflect one job role and उसके ही related skills आप डालो relevant. That means every time you are shooting your resumes to different companies, never shoot the same resume. Always see, always check ये कंपनी क्या स्किल्स मांग रहा है, क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, ये कहाँ मिलेगा, उनके जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा. The job description or JD says I'm looking for these skills and this personality. JD में भी सेम ही चीज, दो ही चीज मेंशन होती है. Do you know this? Job description of any company mentions only two things. मुझे क्या टेक्निकल स्किल्स चाहिए और मुझे क्या पर्सनालिटी चाहिए. Resume should also talk only two things. मेरे पास क्या टेक्निकल स्किल्स है और पर्सनालिटी को डेवलप करने के लिए आई एम सो सॉरी what all things I have done. ये जो JD में things that have been mentioned and things that you write in your resumes, ये मैच करता है HR. Just like Tinder. I'm sorry. तो प्रोफाइल मैच होती है ना. एक ने लिखा है मुझे ऐसा ऐसा इंसान चाहिए एंड एक ने अपना बायो लिखा है पूरा and then the algorithm matches it. Same thing happens in the job interview. Job is also like a relationship, by the way. You get married twice, once to your life partner and once to your job. Okay, and in an interview, in a job interview and in a marriage, they ask you same questions. जॉब शादी करने जाते हैं ना तो भी यही क्वेश्चंस पूछते हैं. क्या आपका एजुकेशन बैकग्राउंड, व्हाट डू यू लाइक, व्हाट यू डोंट लाइक, व्हाई डू यू वांट टू मैरी मी, राइट. ऐसा क्या देखिए आपने मेरे में. रिलेशनशिप में भी आस्क दिस क्वेश्चंस, राइट. सेम क्वेश्चंस एचआर विल आल्सो आस्क यू. टेल मी अबाउट योर स्ट्रेंथ, टेल मी अबाउट योर वीकनेस, व्हाई डू यू वांट टू जॉइन द कंपनी, व्हाई शुड आई हायर यू, या टेल मी अबाउट योर फैमिली बैकग्राउंड. सेम क्वेश्चंस. That's a very interesting case study that I'll share sometime later on. How marriage and job interview is exactly the same. Okay, done here. I hope I have addressed your query. So somebody from a sales can mention their sales. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir.
So sorry, I lost internet connectivity. Okay, good. Moving ahead very quickly moving ahead. So skill certificate or internship mention करना है. And here again the format has to be LHS equals to RHS. Yeah, LHS equals to RHS. Certificate may be same thing. Internship may be same thing. Experience may be same thing. There was one gentleman from Lokmanya Tilak College. I have done internship at Google. Such a powerful thing, and he lost the opportunity. Do you know why? He did not tell what all skills, technologies he acquired at Google. That was such a shame. Okay. Luckily, he was part of the session and we fixed his resume. He got placed at Google by the way. Okay. Done. Moving ahead. Moving ahead. Now you have mentioned a lot of these qualities. A lot of these qualities you have mentioned. Trust me, people don't believe you. Leadership ability, decision making ability, problem solving ability, thinking ability, adaptability, etc. etc. Do you think people will believe you? Be honest. Put yourself in the shoes of HR. Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm. No, right? Will you not say क्या पे फेंकने की कोई लिमिट होती है ठीक है कुछ भी मत बोलोगे ऐसा या अपने दिमाग पे तो सोचोगे एटलीस्ट am I right if somebody comes and tell you or first time somebody is coming and meeting you and says I'm a very hardworking sincere decision making adaptive person you will laugh am I right or you will say क्या फेंक रहा है यार do you agree guys
Yes, sir.
Yes.
but if somebody comes and tells you hi, my name is Ajit, and I'm a national level rifle shooter, and I am also founder of so and so, right? Will you be impressed? And will you say, wow, you are a person who seems to have these qualities, hardworking ability, and all these things? Will you be impressed?
Yes, sir.
Yep. So that is the approach you should use when you are mentioning your attitude. Attitude is your personality related cheese. So don't say hardworking. First of all, if I scanned 1 lakh resumes and out of 1 lakh resumes, everybody is hardworking. जिसको 90% आया वो भी हार्ड वर्किंग everybody is a leader. If everybody is hardworking, if everybody has got problem solving ability, तो यार दुनिया, so exaggeration. Rather, if you want to showcase how great person you are, mention your key achievements. Life में क्या उखाड़ा है? Good things that you have done, things that you are proud of, academic or non-academic, within the college, outside the college, sports, non-sports, culture, anything, anything, small achievement, big achievement, personal level achievement, family level achievement, society level achievement, district level achievement, state level achievement, country level achievement, world level achievement, universe level achievement, whatever is your level, mention it. But never say, sir, I don't have any achievement. I hope I made it very clear. Mention at least 6 to 8 achievements. It could be recent, it could be old also. There is no problem. है ना? सचिन तेंदुलकर के भाई वो जब भी बैटिंग की हो. So that would be a good way of representing your personality. इससे ही आपकी personality हमें पता चलती है. Okay, not by saying I'm hardworking, sincere, and done. Okay, skills that you have mentioned here are very less. I'll give you a very quick calculation, guys. 3 years of degree, 2 semesters each. Yeah, minimum 5 subjects. Am I right?
Yes,
Minimum
sir.
5 subjects. Every subject at least 4 unit. Yeah, every subject at least 4 unit. Okay, 3 to the 6, 5 to the 30, 120. Every unit. This is the total number of units that you have studied in 3 years. Minimum, you must have studied more than that. Every unit you acquire one skill minimum. Ideally, you acquire 4 to 5 skills in every unit. Okay, ideally that is the calculation. But unit you acquire. So how many number of skills should be there in your resume? 5, 6. Come on, guys. Are you not undersharing things? In fact, you should put certificates and add some extra 30, 40 skills. Internship, some more 30, 40 skills. Yeah, job experience, most of you don't have it, so we'll not talk about it. Ah. So, number of skills that you have shared are very less. Minimum, we expect you to share 40 to 50 skills. And these skills should comprehensively conclude towards one job role. अगर जावा डेवलपर बनना है ना, तो 50 स्किल्स ऐसे बताओ जो आपको एक अच्छा वेब डेवलपर बनना है. डेटा साइंटिस्ट बनना है ना, तो ऐसे 50 स्किल्स जो आप रिसर्च करो और बताओ जो एक डेटा साइंटिस्ट बनाता है. राइट? अब 50 स्किल्स एक साथ लिखोगे तो उसको रीड करना कंफ्यूजिंग हो जाएगा. राइट? So what you do is you categorize it or make set of the skills. आप है ना 6 skill sets बनाओ, 6 categories बनाओ. As a web developer, I should know programming, so mention 2 to 3 programmers. As a web developer, I should know database, so mention 2 to 3 database. As a web developer, I should know designing, so mention 2 to 3 designing tools. As a web developer, I should know web development or SDLC process, so mention 2 to 3 process or project management things that you know. As a web developer, I should know certain tools that are used or frameworks that are used in the industry, so mention 2 to 3 frameworks or technology. As a web developer, mention what all futuristic things or interest you have. दो चार इंटरेस्ट मेंशन करना. ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स कंबाइंड टुगेदर क्या दिखाई देगा? यार इसके पास वेब डेवलपर के सारे स्किल्स एटलीस्ट मिनिमम लेवल तक तो है. Nobody is asking you to be an expert, but we want you to be very thorough with things. So all the skills that you have mentioned here is incomplete. Guys, did you understood how to mention skills? It
Yes,
has
sir.
to be a skill. Now you are applying for multiple job roles. So I told you one resume, one job role. तो हैव टू रेज्यूमेस और दोनों में स्किल सेट चेंज हो जाना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं है कि डेटा साइंस के लिए रेज्यूमे डाल रहे हो, स्किल सेट में जावा लिखा हुआ है या वेबसाइट डेवलपमेंट टूल्स लिखे हुए स्किल सेट. अरे इसका हम क्या करेंगे? डन. सो विल आउटराइट रिजेक्ट योर रेज्यूमे. ओके, मूविंग अहेड. This LinkedIn URL should be customized. I have already mentioned. There are certain things you should never put in your resume. Should I put I know English, Hindi, Marathi? Be scientific and tell me. Should I put languages? Of course, you know English. Of course, you are in India, you know Hindi. Of course, you know one regional language. Why are you mentioning it here in your resume? Give me some logic. You will not be able to give me a justification. Am I right? Yes? Hmm. Not required. This is required when you are applying for a job role where it is language specific. There are some jobs जहाँ पे ना लैंग्वेज स्पेसिफिक रहता है कि ये लैंग्वेज आना चाहिए. However, however, if you know some foreign language, please mention it. Basic भी आता है. For example, you know French, Germany, Mandarin. I've seen a lot of students who know these languages. Anyone here? Anyone here who knows foreign languages? Little bit.
Yes, sir.
Please mention it. Why? अगर आप इंग्लिश हिंदी लिखने के लिए बोल रहे हो मत लिखो और बोल रहे हो जर्मनी लिखो. क्यों? Candidates who know foreign languages are less likely, are highly likable to be picked up for client side or foreign tools by MNCs. So MNCs जब भेजते हैं ना क्लाइंट साइड, पता है ना भेजते हैं, है ना?
Yes, sir.
तो भेजते हैं ना तो उनके पास दो कैंडिडेट है. सपोज सपोज उनके पास अजित है और उनके पास अमित है. इन दोनों को भेजना है, दोनों के पास राइट एक्सपीरियंस सेट है. तो हर किसी को तो नहीं भेजते, एक को भेजना है. तो हम अमित को स्पेनिश आती है थोड़ी बहुत, राइट? और जब अमित जाएगा स्पेन में तो विल इट बी इजी फॉर अमित a little bit to adjust with the Spanish crowd, Spanish client? थोड़ा बहुत, जो भी थोड़ा बहुत यार, है ना? एडजस्ट कर पाएगा ना? हाँ.
Yes, sir.
तो उस चीज का एक्नॉलेजमेंट मिलता है दोस्त. एंड वी अप्रिशिएट हु नो फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस. हाँ, बट इंडियन लैंग्वेज बिकॉज यू विल बी वर्किंग इन इंडिया में हो तो इंडियन लैंग्वेज बताने का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है ना, राइट? हाँ, वॉइस एंड एक्सेंट ट्रेनर्स हो गए या कुछ जॉब रोल्स होते हैं जहाँ पे लैंग्वेजेस मांगते हैं, बट आप आईटी वगैरह से हो, आप लोगों के लिए रेलेवेंट नहीं. ओके. शुड आई टेल माय फादर्स नेम, मदर्स नेम? वेरी नाइस. या खुशबू, वेरी नाइस. दिस इज इंटरेस्टिंग. Should I mention my father's name, mother's name? Why not? If your father is Narendra Modi or some big politician, please mention it. You will easily get a job. But if your parents are simple parents like mine, and there is no point mentioning it because you will get a job based on your skills and qualification, not based on your uh, parents' credentials. Unless and until they are some big politician, underworld don, or Bollywood celebrity. Yeah, है ऐसा कोई यहाँ पे बॉलीवुड सेलिब्रिटी बिग पॉलिटिशियन नहीं तो मत डालो. Okay. Shall I mention date and signature? Shall I mention date and signature? Suppose this resume comes to me in January. Will I review this resume?
No, sir.
I will. Any resume that is more than 2 to 3 months old, we consider it as obsolete. Okay. See, this though I will not review. Ah. This resume comes to me. It has got no date. What will happen? I will assume it is latest. Am I right? I will not cry
Yes.
behind date ka hai. I will assume it is latest. Hmm. So, so this is something you should have aware. You should have little awareness about these things. Okay. Shall I put my signature? नहीं अभी वो अटेंडेंस शीट पे सिग्नेचर मारने की आदत छोड़ दो. ठीक है. सब जगह सिग्नेचर नहीं मारते हैं यार. All right. You don't need signature everywhere. Okay. This is not a legal document where you need to sign, undersign by me. Yeah. All right. Sir, मैं माँ की कसम खा के कहता हूँ that all the given information in this resume is correct. ये जो नाम लिखा है ये मेरा ही नाम है सर. And if you find this information incorrect, you can hang me till that. I hereby declare that all the information given in this resume is correct and only correct uh, and correct. Does this declaration important, guys, or do you think it is meaningless here? Yeah. Do you think it is meaningless? Are you not wasting 3 sentences? Is this declaration helping you in any way define your personality or your technical expertise? Does the date, father's name, mother's name, date of birth, languages, is any of these things helping you define how good technical expert or good personality you are? The answer is no. Yet I don't know why people are asking ये लिख दो ये लिख दो ये लिख दो. There has to be some logic ना क्यों लिखना है? And why am I wasting such an important piece of paper? Okay, last thing, hobbies. देखो, hobbies का there is a very set rule. There are something very basic that everybody does. Everybody like to travel. Yeah, everybody like to eat food. Everybody like to watch movies. Am I right?
Yes,
हाँ.
sir.
ये कुछ ऐसी चीजें है ना जो हर कोई करता है. So there is, so even if you mention these things, it will not create an impression. So वो चीज लिखनी ही नहीं है ना जिससे impression create नहीं हो रहा है. Why would you try to write things that are not meaningful or that are not relevant, or that, or things that will not, even if it is relevant but you know that it will not create a good impression or impact? क्यों करना है वो चीज? So for hobbies, I would like to see unique hobbies. अगर आपके पास कोई अच्छी यूनिक हॉबी है ना तो प्लीज बताओ, क्योंकि उससे हमें पता चलता है कि आप कितने क्रिएटिव हो और बहुत सारी क्वालिटीज आपके बारे में हमें पता चलता है. So suppose somebody like to do blogging, good, mention it, but also mention RHS. What is RHS? चैनल का नाम बताओ, कुछ डिटेल दे दो. Somebody likes to do photography, so mention what type of photography, give some detail. This photography लिख के मत छोड़ो. Okay, आपको मेंशन करो. These all are little unique, हटके है थोड़ा सा. ऐसे आप दो चार चीजें मेंशन कर सकते हो. एक भी मेंशन करोगे विच यू थिंक इज यूनिक वर्थ मेंशनिंग, मोस्ट वेलकम. बट अगर आप बहुत घिसी पिटी हॉबीज डालोगे, क्यों? क्योंकि अरे मुझे बोला गया है हॉबीज शुड बी देयर इन माय रेज्यूमे, ऐसा नहीं है. सपोज नहीं है तो नहीं है, फिर पहले तो होनी चाहिए हॉबीज, बिकॉज अ पर्सन विद हॉबी इज अ क्रिएटिव पर्सन बाय डिफॉल्ट. देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट. इफ यू आर a creative person, you will have some hobby. I'm a very creative person, but I have no hobby. That will never happen. There is some evidence that you are creative, right? So first of all, develop hobbies. Okay, if you don't have one, spend some time, paisa. And hobby वो होती है where you are putting efforts. Watching movie is not a hobby, because watching movie does not require effort. Doing photography will require a lot of efforts. कैमरा लाना पड़ेगा, बहुत सारी चीजें करनी पड़ेगी. Vlogging में बहुत efforts लगता है दोस्त. And many such things. Yeah, many such things. Sir, my hobby is web development. अरे वो तेरा प्रोफेशन है. Don't confuse your profession with your hobby. Okay, understood, guys? So web developer should not write down hobby में web development. That is your profession. Hobby मतलब तेरे profession से हट के अलग क्या कर रहा है तू? Am I right? Am I clear? Hobbies, why we want to listen from others is we want to explore your personality a little bit further. Are you a creative person? Free time में आप अपने आप को कैसे engage रखते हो? आप कंस्ट्रक्टिव हो, कैसे हो, या यू जस्ट वांट टू रिलैक्स, यू वांट टू सी यू एज अ पर्सनालिटी. हम एक्सप्लोर करना चाहते हैं. सो यू विल सी लॉट ऑफ पीपल हु आर वेरी क्रिएटिव हैज गॉट ग्रेट हॉबीज. बहुत सारे लोगों की ना बहुत अच्छी अच्छी हॉबीज होती है, गार्डनिंग एक्सेट्रा. यू कैन मेंशन. डन. ओके, नाउ नाउ आई वांट यू गाइस, या व्हाई नॉट, म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट क्रिएटिव लोग ही प्ले कर सकते हैं ना. ओके, सो यू कैन राइट डाउन आई एम अ गिटारिस्ट. Yeah, keyboard player, that's a hobby. Making music, composer, singer, dancer, these all are good hobbies that require a lot of efforts. I would love to hire somebody who sings well in my organization as a data scientist, because as a singer, you are a little creative person, and I would like to see creative people in my team. You play some instrument, so what instrument do you play? Can you tell us what instrument do you play? Dholak and tabla. How many people in this group play dholak and tabla? or for that matter, how many people in your entire college plays dholak and tabla? A very few. Maybe it's just you. Does that makes you special? How many years of practice? A very few. Yeah, bagpipes, wonderful. How many years of practice you did to come to this level of playing dholak and tabla? How many years it took you? You are practicing since what age? Did it took you 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 4 years? Wonderful. 4 years of consistency. So 7 years, wonderful. So as an HR, I want to explore your personality also. This is also my job, right? कैसे एक्सप्लोर करूंगा यार, आज ही हम मिल रहे हैं. By looking at your achievements, by looking at your hobbies and interest, by looking at your face, yeah, I can explore these things. I will get a very good idea. Okay, I will get a good idea. Then what will I do is I will call. जब ये resume पे इतना impression आ जाएगा ना, resume is there to create 30%, 40% impression. Okay. इसके बाद में क्या होगा? Then I will, once I see an interesting resume, I will call you for interview. चल भाई आ जा. फिर an interview, what will happen? Interview में I will discuss all of these things that are there in your resume to make sure कि ये सारी चीजें सही है, right? और I will ask you questions. Now that session is interview skills जो हम करेंगे फिर कभी अगर आप resume बना के लाते हो तो. I cannot take your resumes. I cannot take your interview skills training unless you are bound on your resumes. That is a different story. Done. Any other
Yes,
doubts or
sir.
questions you have? Okay. Yeah. First part of the program is over. I will go to the second part. But before I move to the second part, talking about the correct structure, etc., which I promised, um, I would like to ask you one question and give you a break of 3-4 minutes. I want to ask you. You guys have your resumes, right? Open up your resume. We have been discussing smallest of smallest detail about a resume since a very long time. Keeping this in mind, look at your resume and tell me um, what percent of your resume is meaningful and what percent of your resume is meaningless. Roughly, how much your resume is incorrect and meaningless. See, incorrect less meaningful होगा या meaningless होगा या incomplete होगा या vague होगा in many of the cases. How much percentage? Give me an idea. You think your resume is incorrect or not appropriate as per all the things that we have discussed till now. Sir, 10% गलत है, 90% सही है. 50% गलत है, 90% गलत है. या कितना परसेंट it is not an impressive resume as per the standard that we have set now. अभी हमने standard बढ़ा दिया है. Can you give me a percentage? Mm-hmm. Guys, expecting some responses from your end. Roughly, did you see आपका नाम, मोबाइल नंबर और कुछ के बाकी सारी चीजें या तो गलत है या तो इनकम्प्लीट है या तो प्रॉपरली नहीं लिखा गया है या तो जो चीजें नहीं लिखनी चाहिए थी वो लिखा गया है. Did you see that? Yeah. Almost every single thing needs work. Yeah. 60-40 नहीं, 99%. नाम भी गलत है कई जगह पे if it is not in the right format. Yeah. ईमेल एड्रेस भी गलत है as per our standards, the standard that we have set up. Yes, एजुकेशन क्वालिफिकेशन तो सबके ही गलत है, इंटर्नशिप और प्रोजेक्ट भी सबके ही गलत है, स्किल्स भी सबके ही गलत है, हॉबीज एक दो लोगों के छोड़ करके सबके ही गलत है, राइट? ये भी गलत है, ये भी गलत है। एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज वेरी नाइस, ये लिखा है, मेंशन किया है, अच्छी बात है। या एनसीसी आर्मी नीड सम मोर डिटेल्स। एथलेटिक्स, व्हाट टाइप ऑफ एथलेटिक्स? वेग, मार्शल आर्ट, which type of martial art? Football, very good. Yeah, so work experience, ये गलत है। Yeah, interest में traveling, listening songs, creativity, these three are all wrong. Drawing, what type of drawing? Yeah, so this is galat, this is galat, rest details are missing. Okay, so if you see 99% your resume is not appropriate, not appropriate. So let's talk about सर इसको अच्छा कैसे बनाए, है ना? सेकंड पार्ट। हाउएवर हमने ऑलरेडी डिस्कस कर लिया है कि क्या क्या चीजें करनी चाहिए और क्या क्या चीजें नहीं करनी चाहिए, बट स्टिल आई विल क्विकली समराइज एंड प्रॉपर्ली स्ट्रक्चर हाउ यू कैन मेक अप अ गुड रेज्यूमे। विल दैट वर्क फॉर यू? करें ऐसा?
Yes, sir.
फॉर दैट मे बी आई विल यूज few of the resumes, हम हमारा कुछ resumes यूज कर लेंगे। डन? हाँ या ना तो बोलो यार। सी, सिंपल रूल इन एन इंटरव्यू
Yes, sir.
और इन अ
Yes,
रेज्यूमे।
sir.
भाई रेज्यूमे हो या इंटरव्यू हो या रियल लाइफ हो, जब तक मांगोगे नहीं ना, मिलेगा नहीं, बोलना पड़ता है। ओके, सो वी विल डू दैट, बट बिफोर दैट लेट्स टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक, है ना? लेट्स टेक अ 5 मिनट्स ऑफ ब्रेक, कम बैक। नेक्स्ट एजेंडा बता देता हूँ। 90I hope I'm audible. Yes? Yeah. I'm audible, guys? Okay. I hope I'm audible. Just give me a confirmation on chat box that I'm
Yes,
audible.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're
Thank
audible.
you.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I think
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
got
sir.
disconnected. So I'm so sorry. Very quickly before we go on for a 5 minutes of break, in 15-20 minutes I will summarize everything, क्योंकि हम बात करते टाइम बहुत सारी बातें हमने यहाँ वहाँ की, तो मैं समराइज करके आपको एक स्ट्रक्चर बता दूंगा इन 15 to 20 minutes which you can follow very nicely. Then I will also give you some design instruction that will again take some 5 minutes of time कि अब आपको बनाना है तो आप कैसे डिजाइन करोगे या टेम्पलेट यूज करना है तो टेम्पलेट कैसे यूज कर सकते हो. Then I will give you the link to resubmit your resumes. Okay. And a feedback form. Okay, I'll send some links, etc. Attendance, resubmit link and feedback form, and I'll share my email IDs using which we will communicate. And फिर जब आप इसके ऊपर काम कर लोगे, I will give you another feedback that yes, your resume is done and ready. All right, guys, clear? थोड़ा सा patience और रखना पड़ेगा आपको, not for very long time. The most interesting part of today's session is about to come. Five
Excuse me,
minutes
sir.
of break. Yes,
Uh, so you said you're going to analyze the LinkedIn profile as well, but that part you haven't covered till now.
yes. So, what are the chances that I would analyze your LinkedIn profile right now? So, there would be the same mistake that are there on your resumes. Very high. Am I right? Yes. So, what
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna do here, yeah. So, what I'm gonna do here is after today's session, you guys take 1 week of time, max, max 1 week of time you take. I will set a deadline also. Resubmit your resumes, which should compulsory have your LinkedIn profile. All right. And then while reviewing your resumes, I will review those things and I will give you some feedback. Done. And if things work out, maybe we'll meet up for a second time for some more training programs like LinkedIn or interview skills. If you guys are interested, all you need to do is uh, let the department know. All right. Done. बट फिर भी कुछ बेसिक चीजें मैं बता दूंगा लिंक्डइन के बारे में आपको आज. आई डू दैट. चलो, लेट्स पुट दिस 5 minutes LinkedIn discussion. All right. Chalo, break. 5 minutes of break. All right, are we back? Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sure. Hmm. So see, first of all, how many resumes I have? I have multiple versions as a data scientist, as a Salesforce expert, as a master trainer for Government of India, right? Different varieties and different resumes I have. Okay. Now what I'll do here is not all the resumes are relevant for you. I'll show you my resume as a senior data scientist. Yeah, this. Number one, visually, is it little attractive? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, visually. Visually, thoda sa, it's not about colors or it's not about aesthetically थोड़ा सा सही दिखना चाहिए, थोड़ा सा अलग दिखना चाहिए. Blindly picking up templates from internet is very dangerous because those templates, कोई templates photographer के लिए बनाया गया है, कोई template किसी चीज के लिए बनाया गया है. Those templates might not fit your profile as a web developer or whatever role that you are applying for. ठीक है, so I'll give you some suggestions for template also. All right. एक second, just give me a second. Allow me a second, guys. Hey, this is a better view of it. Okay. So, did you see the photograph? This is not the best photograph, I would say, but how? Tie, laser, front look, side look, and some profile ka, this you could put it up. All right. I recently fixed up this photograph by using Photor, the website I have shared with you. Okay, in terms of face and all. ये आप एक डालो. Shape square is little boring. Circle is also boring. So rounded edge is good. Hexagon is good. आप crop कर सकते हो वैसा. ये एक आप डालो. First thing and foremost, name. This has to be at least 18 points. Yeah, 18 points. That means big, big. Now, a name without a designation makes no sense. Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. Out of these two, which makes more sense? Which makes more sense, guys? B part. Am I right? So, be very clear what job role you want to apply. That job role should come here. Sir, I'm still in my final year. Shall I write down student here? No, because student makes no sense. So, if you want to be a full stack developer, write down full stack developer, right? So, you write down Ajit, full stack developer, whatever your job role is. Done? Clear? Now, here, if you see, I have used two colors. One is black and another one is a different color. I have used magenta color. You can use blue. You can use any cool color. Yeah, you can use any cool color. So two colors resume is good enough. Now this special color I can only use or I will only use to highlight important things, not for everything. Rest I will use black. But did you also observe that there is shades of black that I'm using? This is very dark. This is very dark. This is little light. Can you see? Yes. I hope in the screen it is visible to you. So what I'm doing here is I'm using the concept of UX. What UX does is things that you want to highlight, make it big and bold, all extra information, all extra information, you want to put it into the background. So that if somebody has a very quick look at your resume, so at least the important things are there that should get highlighted. The best way to do it is uh, change the shade of the color. Yeah, make it dark blue, make it dark black or light black. So what will happen here is वो highlight हो जाएगा. Unfortunately, आपने use किया है वो concept, but आपने क्या highlight किया है? Headers. Am I right? Headers highlight किए हैं आपने. If you see your resumes, you guys have used it, but all you have done is you have used this technique, but to highlight headers, wherein you should have used this thing to highlight important, relevant text, like your name, like some of the certificates, etc. and etc. Okay, regarding designs, add your mobile number. Instead of putting headers like mobile is equals to mobile, name is equals to name, skill is equals to skill, what you can do here is UX design may be use something called as infographics. Do you know what is infographics? Signs and symbols. You know? Signs and symbols. You will find infographics in many of the templates also. So how to download infographics? बहुत सारे infographics है, कैसे download करो? There is a website called as icons8.com. So ये मैं दोनों साथ में cover कर लेता हूँ. icons8.com. Let me share it in your chat box also. Done. Now here you will find all the possible infographics to highlight your data free of cost. Mobile search karo, you will get all the mobile. Not only that, it is customizable. You can change its color according to your theme. So pick one color. Okay, for example, I have picked up magenta. You can pick green, blue, which will look equally good. All right. So once this will open up, you will see different types of mobile graphics. You can click on it and then you can customize it and download it. See, यहाँ पे है सारे available. There is an option to customize it and download it also. You can use it directly on your resume. Building your resume is open up a simple Word file and use this structure. Okay. Done. This website is link is there. You can check it on later on. Highly customizable, all icons free of cost, no charges, and you can change its color as you like. So I have used. Just give me a second. Yeah. I have used these icons in my resume. Where should I use it? To highlight my mobile number instead of writing mobile equals to mobile, because then that mobile you are writing that word mobile is unnecessary, taking a lot of space, and you are putting irrelevant information. So use icons you can use. Email ID. Now here please mention your LinkedIn account, compulsory. And if you are from tech background, GitHub account is compulsory, right? Yeah, share this account, GitHub account compulsory. Done. Now what all things you should put in your GitHub account? I hope I have a lot of tech people here. Am I right? I have tech people here. So GitHub में क्या डालना है? You're talking about these certificates, you're talking about these projects, you're talking about case studies. All these things very systematically take 1 week of time. Yeah, delete all the old things in your GitHub account and systematically with a nice title you put everything into your GitHub account. Very systematically. So that if I keep your resume here and if I open your GitHub account, चीजें दिखनी चाहिए. Now, what are the chances that your HR will go and have a look at your LinkedIn account or maybe your GitHub account? What are the chances? Very less. Very less. Maybe out of 100 HR, one HR will go and look at your GitHub account or your LinkedIn account. But imagine if one HR goes and look at your GitHub account and there you have put up all your academic journey, projects and certificates and everything is nicely mentioned there, structured way. Mein, you have uploaded the code, you have uploaded the screenshot. What are the chances that you will get the job? And your impression would be very high. What are the chances, guys? Can I have some feedback, guys, please? Yeah. Can I have some feedback, please? Yeah, it would be very high,
Yes,
very,
sir.
very high. It would be very high. So, if one HR takes interest and look at your GitHub or your LinkedIn, how many jobs you will get? You'll get one job. How many job do you want? You want 100 job or you want one job? One job. You want one job. This will guarantee you better and better and higher results. So please put these two things compulsory. And before that, LinkedIn fix कर लो, GitHub fix कर लो. Okay. GitHub के बारे
Yes.
में भी थोड़ा, LinkedIn के बारे में थोड़ा बता देंगे. Even though today is not the fixing LinkedIn is not the scope of today's session, but last में अगर time बचेगा and तुम में हिम्मत बचेगी तो थोड़ा बहुत बता दो. Okay. All right. So I told you very clearly that skills कैसे पता चलता है, सर्टिफिकेट, इंटर्नशिप एंड एक्सपीरियंस से, करेक्ट. सो व्हाट आई एडवाइज इज पहले यही हाईलाइट कर लो यार, करेक्ट. सो व्हाट यू कैन डू हियर इज स्टार्ट विद योर सर्टिफिकेट्स. स्टार्ट विद योर सर्टिफिकेट. आई रोड सर्टिफिकेट्स और ये मैंने है ना आइकन 8 से डाउनलोड मार. ये सिंपल वर्ड है, ये सिंपल वर्ड. फिर what I did was I highlighted all the relevant certificates. I have 400 plus certificates. Yeah, but I highlighted data science related certificates here. सर मेरे पास कोई सर्टिफिकेट नहीं है तो कर लो. Your universities are organizing so many certificates. Yeah, the other day I was doing Python for data science. Before that I was doing Excel for analytics. There is Power BI coming up. There is Tableau coming up. All industry case studies, free of cost. क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? That's the question an HR will ask. In today's world, when there are so many trainings available free of cost or with some minimum investment, why are you not trying to learn? That means you're not serious about your career. And then how else are you developing skills? By watching YouTube videos, your knowledge is increasing, not your skills. I hope I was very clear about it. इंडस्ट्री केस स्टडी सॉल्व करना है, इंडस्ट्री में कैसे यूज होगा वो सॉल्व करना है. दैट्स व्हाट अ सर्टिफिकेट फोकसेस ऑन. So how many certificates should an graduate mention in their resume? My ideal expectation is 8. Next best is 6. 4 is bare minimum. Anything below that, not serious about. See guys, you want 10 lakh package मिल जाएगा, but ऐसे नहीं मिलेगा कि मैं डिजर्व करता हूँ दे दूँ. प्रूफ करना पड़ेगा आपको. Okay. Now here one thing I did was, because I believe certificates are very important and I have already discussed why they are very important. कर लो सर्टिफिकेट अभी भी जिसने नहीं किया है. Again, I am advising. Don't waste your life like this. Do certificates. Yeah. Case study based, project based, mentor led. This is what is definition of a certificate. Okay. I know that your university are organizing a lot of certificate, lot of programs for you. Sadly, people don't attend or they don't take it seriously or they think अरे मैं खुद से सीख लूंगा यार क्या है. आप खुद से नॉलेज बढ़ा लोगे बट अगर मैं आपको एक रियल प्रॉब्लम दूंगा मुश्किल पड़ेगा. You will not be able to solve industry case. Now here what I did was मैंने आइकन के साथ इसको डाला है. क्यों? I want the HR to pay special attention to these certificates. All right, that's why I put up an icon. The way I am representing the data is in a timeline format. ये है ये है ये है ये है. आप ऐसे दो सेट बना सकते हो 4x2 का और you can do 3x2 और one set of 4. सर अभी तो एक ही है दो ही है तो दो ही मेंशन करो बाद में ऐड करते रहना. ओके डन. After the certificate, is this clear guys? In the certificate, just don't mention I have done certificate, also mention what you have learned quickly, one or two things. 3-4 important technology, please mention it. Also mention the place. Certificate कहाँ से किया आपने? ये दो important extra information. एक HR के मन में question आएगा ही तो that information you give it to it. Done. Certificate name. Rather than writing I have a certificate in data science or I have a certificate in Java, write down Java certified. Do you feel there is difference between two words? See, do you see there is difference between these two things? Can anybody tell me what is difference between these two things? अरे ये तो दोनों एक ही बात कर रहे हैं ना. Anyone? They are not same. When you say I have Java certificate, what are you highlighting? Yourself or certificate?
Certificate.
You are highlighting certificate. When you say I am a certified Java developer, who are you highlighting?
Oneself.
Yourself.
Yourself. किसको हाईलाइट करना है? मेरा रेज्यूमे मुझे हाईलाइट अपने आप को हाईलाइट करना है. आई डोंट वांट टू लेट मी ब्रिंग बैक आई डोंट वांट टू डिस्क्राइब माई सेल्फ. कहाँ गया डिस्क्राइब? कहीं तो मैंने लिखा था. When you do so, you are describing yourself. You are describing the certificate. You are describing the degree. Don't describe. Define. हाँ ये रहा. Yeah. Start defining yourself. When you say I'm a certified Java developer, that means you're talking about qualities in you. You are trying to define yourself rather than describing कि मेरे पास ये है, मेरे पास ये है, मेरे पास ये है. Rather than say मैं ये हूँ, मैं ये हूँ, मैं ये हूँ. तो मैं अपने पे फोकस कर रहा हूँ. I'm trying to define myself rather than just describing myself. Okay. So this is how you should write down certificate name. I'm a certificate in Six Sigma. नहीं, I'm a Six Sigma consultant. You see, write down one or two things that are important in that certificate. यहाँ पे जैसे मैंने mention किया वो mention करिए. ठीक है? This is a sample for you guys. Done. जैसे here augmented reality दो तीन चीजें I have mentioned it. दो तीन चीजें ज़्यादा नहीं. की चीजें mention करो. Place which place you have done. This is your certificate part. Is this clear? Will you able to do it? Is it difficult to do it on your own using simple word file? मुश्किल पड़ेगा क्या? या कर लोगे? कर लोगे, right? Now there is this QR scanner. Yes, if you scan it, my phone number, email ID will pop up with my name. So, sir, how is this relevant? It's not relevant. But क्या है? Today, if you pick up your train ticket, Aadhaar card, PAN card, railway ticket, college ID. If you pick up any document, do you see there is a QR code there? Yes.
Yes, sir.
People don't like to type now. Everybody wants to scan. Yeah, I see everybody. People are scanning it. So scan my resume also, na? HR, you want to call me? Scan and call. Now that's just a smart, catching up with things happening around, catching up with the trend, and being creative and thoughtful. Am I right? आप देखते हो कई बार कुछ रहता है तो हमारी मतलब ऐसे मन करता है स्कैन करके देखते हैं क्या है, होता है ऐसा, स्कैन करके देखते हैं यार क्या है. डू यू गेट दैट kiddish behavior? Let's scan and see, same thing. How do I make this QR code? There are QR code generators free of cost. In 30 seconds, you can generate QR codes. What all information you should put in your QR code? Name, mobile number, email ID. That's it, not more. Zada information if you put it, it will become very complex QR code, difficult to scan. QR code generator. Let the result come. Usme you pick up V card, virtual card. See any link, any top link you can pick up. When you click this, when you select this, there is something called as V card, virtual card. Yeah, contact. See, virtual card or contact. Select contact. When you select contact, it will ask you for a lot of details. Put only 3 details. Right? This QR code will generate, download it, and see name, put name, email ID, phone number, and download it. Download करके what you will do? चिपका दो यहाँ. There are nice designs also that are available. You can use some design, but make sure it looks professional. बहुत ज़्यादा colorful मत कर देना. It looks professional. Sir, आपका तो color है, but even with the color, it looks very aesthetic. You can go with simple one. थोड़ा सा design, थोड़ा liberty ले सकते हो. Not too much. Is this section clear? Personal information and certificate. दो section मैंने बताया. So let's just summarize this. Number 1, personal information. In personal information, put name, designation. Designation assign कर लो अपने आप को. नहीं भी है तो your designation should be what job you are looking forward to. Multiple job roles, multiple resumes, different designations. Mobile, email, LinkedIn, GitHub for tech guys. Later on you can add city. Later on, अभी नहीं भी डालोगे तो चलेगा. Later on you can add city. Okay. Corporate photo. Corporate photo with tie and blazer compulsory. No shirt, no t-shirt. Sir, shirt chalega. See, it's not about shirt and tie. It's about what is your best presentation. अगर आपको मौका दिया जाए तो आप बेस्ट कितना अपने आप को अच्छा प्रेजेंट कर सकते हो. सो आप बोलोगे सर मैक्सिमम आई कैन डू इज वेयर अ टाई, वेयर अ शर्ट, तो गड़बड़ है ना. दैट मीन्स यू आर नॉट टेकिंग प्रेजेंटेशन और बॉडी लैंग्वेज और कॉर्पोरेट ड्रेसअप सीरियसली. एंड कॉर्पोरेट में बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं भाई. Okay. You can also add your college logo for branding if your college allows it. So branding कर सकते हो आप, जहाँ college logo वगैरह डाल सकते हो. If your college is allowing it, उससे क्या होगा, goodwill use कर सकते हो आप. So I have passed out from VGTI college. VGTI college का within Maharashtra there is a lot of goodwill. People बहुत बार they show interest just by knowing कि okay I have passed out from BGTI. So you can leverage that branding. So you can use हाँ sir KC से मैं पास हुआ हूँ by putting up a logo, provided your institute is having no issues with it. Ideally नहीं होता है, but you check with your institution. Done. Then next thing is, before your qualification, I am asking you guys to be little unconventional. हाँ, AV is for Ajit Vishwakarma, but this is a sample, guys. This resume is a sample for you. This is not what I use right now. I have a different one. Okay, but ये थोड़ा सा appropriate है आपके लिए, इसलिए I am using this. Okay, I have a very different resume altogether. Okay, so my job role has evolved over a period of time. हाँ, तो ये मैंने यही किया, AV डाल दिया मैंने, है ना, मैंने एक अपना ही लोगो बना के डाल दिया long back. But ideally this place is for college branding, university branding, etc. Okay. Certificate. Now certified word use करके आप डालिए. This is called as active voice, not passively. Write down some tech, yeah, technology that you have learned. Mention place, कहाँ से किया है, yeah, place or institute. Yeah, this is institute comma place. Institute comma place. Three things are important. Here, add infographics. Infographics हम वही डालेंगे जहां आपको लगता है मुझे ये हाईलाइट करना है, क्योंकि द मोमेंट यू पुट infographic ध्यान वही जाता है सीधा. सो सब जगह यूज करना भी नहीं है, otherwise this will become a fancy thing, only at important places. All right. Next thing that I want you guys to highlight is your, because you are freshers, so freshers के लिए qualification और education. Freshers need to highlight their education next. जब आप एक्सपीरियंस हो जाओगे तो क्वालिफिकेशन पीछे डाल देना. ओके, बिकॉज द मोमेंट यू से आई एम अ डेटा साइंटिस्ट, दैट मींस 10th तो किया ही होगा, 12th किया ही होगा, कुछ डिग्री की ही होगी. योर बेसिक क्वालिफिकेशन इज अंडरस्टैंडिंग. या फॉर एग्जांपल हियर एजुकेशन डालो. नो द वे आई हैव रिप्रेजेंटेड इट इज टू पार्ट्स, बट ना इसको कलर मत कर दो लेफ्ट साइड का, सो दैट मेरा कलर पे ध्यान नहीं जाना है. Colors, icons, I will only use on things I want to highlight to give special attention. Now the problem with most of your templates and designs that you have used, you are unnecessarily highlighting things which are meaningless. ये जो आपने इधर रेड कलर या किया है उसको हाईलाइट करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं थी. Your photo you have highlighted here, जो जरूरत नहीं था. So see, blindly using templates have so many disadvantages. So you can use template which fit this description. कोई भी template जो हमारा guidelines fit करता है आप use कर सकते हो. Scratch से बनाने का भी जरूरत नहीं. So what you'll do here is आप mention करो आपकी degree, institute mention करो, first class, second class, percentage mention करो. It's important. जिसका weak है percentage वो क्या करेगा? I've already given you the advice. Don't mention it. क्योंकि वो वैसे भी नहीं लेने वाले. At least they will give you benefit of doubt. इंटरव्यू के लिए बुलाएंगे और तब कन्विंस करने की कोशिश कर लेना क्यों परसेंटेज कम आया था. दैट विल कम एज अ पार्ट ऑफ योर इंटरव्यू स्किल्स. ऑल द रेलेवेंट कोर्स वर्क, पूरा सिलेबस छापना नहीं है दोस्त. डेटा साइंटिस्ट बन रहे हो, फुल स्टैक डेवलपर बन रहे हो, तो फुल स्टैक डेवलपर के लिए करिकुलम में क्या क्या पढ़ा है, या दोज थिंग्स यू मेंशन. ऑल्सो इन दिस 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ऑफ योर जर्नी आपने और क्या क्या एक्स्ट्रा किया है. कुछ रिसर्च पेपर लिखा है, कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाया है, या कुछ पार्टिसिपेशन किया है. फिल दैट जर्नी बाय मेंशनिंग थिंग्स हियर इन योर की अचीवमेंट्स. मेक इट कॉमा separated. Do not write down full sentence. Never in your resume you should write down I have done this. सीधा लिखो जो किया है. HR is a learned person, good with communication, they will understand. अगर आपने सिर्फ इतना लिख दिया रिसर्च पेपर ऑन सो एंड सो, बस हो गया, फुल सेंटेंस लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. आई हैव डेवलप्ड और जरूरत नहीं है, इतना लिखा तो भी इट इज अंडरस्टैंडेबल. यस, कीवर्ड बेस्ड, योर रेज्यूमे शुड बी कीवर्ड बेस्ड. नेवर राइट फुल सेंटेंसेस, अदरवाइज आप ज्यादा टेक्स्ट कंटेंट डाल ही नहीं पाओ. तो योर एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन शुड हैव योर कॉलेज डिग्री, डिग्री कॉमा यूनिवर्सिटी. Yes. Thereafter, write down your marks or your percentage. परसेंटेज बहुत पुअर परसेंटेज है तो फर्स्ट क्लास सेकंड क्लास लिख सकते हो, बट आइडियली स्टूडेंट से परसेंटेज पूछते ही हैं. व्हेन यू बिकम एक्सपीरियंस पीपल यू वुड लाइक टू हाइड योर परसेंटेज. तो आप फर्स्ट क्लास सेकंड क्लास लिख सकते हो. तो भाई मुझे नहीं बताना मुझे कितने परसेंट आए, 60 आया 90 आया, फर्स्ट क्लास आ गया. बट ये एक्सपीरियंस पर्सन के लिए एप्लीकेबल है, आपके लिए एप्लीकेबल नहीं. आपको परसेंटेज लिखना होगा. लेस परसेंटेज पीपल, यू नो द हैक, राइट. देयर आफ्टर रेलेवेंट कोर्स वर्क. मेंशन those subjects that are targeting your job role. 5-6 ऐसे सब्जेक्ट निकालो. वेब डेवलपमेंट में हो जावा या बूटस्ट्रैप, देन मे बी स्क्रम या SDLC या और सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट मेथोडोलॉजी या सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग, ऐसी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट. तो कोर्स वर्क देख के समझ में आना चाहिए कि आप फॉर्मली ट्रेंड हो इस जॉब रोल के लिए. तो सिलेबस देख लेना भाई खोल के, 3 साल का, फर्स्ट ईयर से लास्ट ईयर तक के सेलेक्टेड सब्जेक्ट्स आप डाल सकते हो, रैंडमली कुछ भी मत डालना. देन फाइनली योर की अचीवमेंट्स. की अचीवमेंट्स बैठ के ढूंढो भाई, सोचो फर्स्ट ईयर टू थर्ड ईयर क्या क्या काम किया है. रिसर्च वर्क, छोटा मोटा प्रोजेक्ट, मैम आप लोगों को प्रोजेक्ट्स देते हैं, SLE असाइनमेंट्स देते हैं, राइट. कुछ लोग ऐसी कुछ भी करके डाल देते हैं, कुछ लोग इंटरेस्ट लेके कुछ नया करने की कोशिश करते हैं, उनको यहाँ डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट मिलेगा. Somebody who has put efforts and developed that presentation, research work, project work, SLEs, etc., they can proudly put things here. And when asked questions in an interview, they will be able to justify it. Yeah. So write down seminars, trainings, projects. Yeah, some key important things you should mention. Done. Comma separated, keyword based, not full sentence. 5-6 things minimum I am expecting from everyone. इतना तो 3 साल में किया ही. ओके, थिंक. अभी नहीं क्लिक हो रहा है तो 1 week of time you have. When you will think, you will come to know. अपने आप आएगा सर. ओके, this is clear. Next is, as a student you have done projects. As a student you have done projects, then internship नहीं किया है कर लो. Those who are attending some of my training programs, if you don't know, we are offering data science certificates over a period of 2 to 3 months free of charge. And at the end of this session we will also be providing some internship to candidates. Internship is not paid, पहले ही बता. Okay, so you can take benefit of this. और बाहर कोई अच्छा internship मिल रहा है जहाँ पे आपको good exposure मिल रहा है, आप वो पकड़ो. University is already assigning you project, university is already giving you opportunities for certificates, and your university is also giving you some opportunities for in-house internships, right, and industry interaction. Don't miss those things यार for something less meaningful. मुझे घूमने जाना था तो मैंने ये मिस कर दिया, मत करो ऐसा. ये डालना है. एक्सपीरियंस, मेनी ऑफ यू माइट नॉट हैव एक्सपीरियंस, बट अगर होगा तो डाल सकते। ओके, दूसरे डोमेन का एक्सपीरियंस है, डालो, बट वाइल यू पुट इट अप उसका कॉन्टेक्स्ट चेंज करो थोड़ा। इंटर्नशिप दूसरे का है, पहले तो रेलेवेंट होना चाहिए, बट अगर नहीं है, दूसरा है, डाल सकते हो। प्रायोरिटाइज करो, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट सबसे ऊपर रहेगा, जो छोटे प्रोजेक्ट से नीचे रहेंगे, जो सबसे अच्छा इंपॉर्टेंट इंटर्नशिप है ऊपर रहेगा, जो अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है ऊपर रहेगा, जो नॉन डोमेन एक्सपीरियंस है नीचे रहेगा। दिस इज नो ब्रेनर। सर्टिफिकेट्स प्रायोरिटाइज इट, जो रेलेवेंट और इंपॉर्टेंट सर्टिफिकेट है वो पहले रहेगा, जो छोटा सर्टिफिकेट है इररिलेवेंट है वो उसको पीछे डालेंगे सीरीज ऑर्डर वाइज, दैट गोज विदाउट से। नाउ व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट योर सर्टिफिकेट्स, व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट योर प्रोजेक्ट्स, क्या मेंशन करना चाहिए? some details that are very important. Number one, आपने प्रोजेक्ट किसके लिए किया? कॉलेज के लिए किया, कॉलेज का नाम डालो। यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए किया, यूनिवर्सिटी का नाम डालो, राइट? कब किया, ईयर स्लैश ड्यूरेशन डालो। प्रोजेक्ट 2 महीने का था, 3 महीने का था, इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस। जितना बड़ा ड्यूरेशन प्रोजेक्ट है उतना गुड। आपने डाला 6 मंथ्स का प्रोजेक्ट, आपने प्रोजेक्ट के डिस्क्रिप्शन में एक लाइन लिख दी, गड़बड़ है ना? LHS is not equals to RHS. And then you can also put up what role did you play. आपने उस प्रोजेक्ट में रोल क्या प्ले किया? ये कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं जो इंटरव्यूज में डायरेक्टली पूछता है। दिस रेज्यूमे इज नॉट जस्ट अ रेज्यूमे बट ऑल्सो फाउंडेशन फॉर क्रैकिंग एनी इंटरव्यू, एनी कॉर्पोरेट इंटरव्यू। यू गाइज माइट नॉट रियलाइज इट, बट ये जो मैं आपको इंफॉर्मेशन शेयर कर रहा हूँ, स्किल्स शेयर कर रहा हूँ, ये स्किल्स सिर्फ एक एक्सीलेंट यूनिक रेज्यूमे बनाने में नहीं हेल्प करता, बट एट द सेम टाइम आपको बाय डिफॉल्ट एक एक्सीलेंट इंटरव्यू के लिए प्रिपेयर करता है। बिकॉज व्हेन यू गो इनटू इंटरव्यू दे विल आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन, किसके लिए किया, कितना ड्यूरेशन था, क्या रोल प्ले किया। Because you have already thought all of these things while making the resume, it will become very easy for you to address these questions in an interview. Yeah, they asked you why should I hire you, so many achievements you have already put in your resume, usko bol, we'll see, we'll have an interview session, then I'll show you this resume can actually help you get a job, not because of its structure or because of its design, but because of the thought process that have gone through designing it, and because of the content where you are trying to define yourself rather than just describing random things. रोल लिख दिया, इतना मैंने लेफ्ट साइड पे लिख दिया। राइट साइड पे क्या लिखूंगा? टाइटल ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट, या आई राइट डाउन टाइटल ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट। नाउ along with the title of the project I would like to write down what all tech, टीम साइज, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। इंटरव्यू में पूछेंगे कितने लोग काम कर रहे थे, सर मैं अकेला काम कर रहा हूँ। एंड यू हैव मेंशन, जब आप बड़े टीम में काम करते हो दैट मीन्स यू नो हाउ टू वर्क विद अ टीम। अकेला काम किया है, यू हैव नो एक्सपोजर हाउ टू वर्क इन अ टीम। अ वेरी सिंपल थिंग, अकेले करना आसान होता है, सिंपल थिंग डूइंग इट इन अ टीम इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट। अकेले लेकिन आप बड़ा काम नहीं कर सकते हो। इफ यू हैव टू बिल्ड अ बिग प्रोजेक्ट, you cannot do it alone, you need a team. Working alone is easy, working with a team is very difficult. इसको बोलो लेफ्ट जाना है, वो राइट ही जाएगा, सुनेगा ही नहीं तुम्हारी। So team size matters. That is why I recommend that in a university project always have a team size of 5 to 6 people. Bigger the team, best it is. 1 people 2 people चैलेंज ही नहीं आएगा, कुछ टीम का इशू ही नहीं आएगा कुछ। 2 लोग है, अपना अंडरस्टैंडिंग बैठा के अपने आप कर लेंगे, राइट? बोथ ऑफ यू विल एग्री टू एवरीथिंग। एम आई राइट? ब्रो ये कर लेते हैं, हाँ हाँ कर लेते हैं। बट जब 6 लोग होंगे ना, ब्रो ये कर लेते हैं, पागल है क्या? एक बोलेगा पागल है ये करेंगे, एक बोलेगा नहीं ये करेंगे। टीम, रियल लाइफ सिमुलेशन विल हैपन। सो टीम साइज बड़ी है उतना अच्छा है आपके। ओके, लास्टली प्रोजेक्ट कर लिया, ऐसे नहीं होता, उसमें क्या किया है आपने, ऑल द मॉड्यूल्स डेवलप्ड और वर्क डन। नाउ दीज टाइटल लाइक मॉड्यूल्स डेवलप, की अचीवमेंट्स, रेलेवेंट कोर्स वर्क, यही ऐसा ही लिखूं क्या सर मैं? अरे जरूरी नहीं है, तुम कुछ और लिख सकते हो, वर्क डन लिख सकते हो यहाँ पे। या यू कैन राइट डाउन, यू कैन गिव टाइटल ऑन योर ओन, सो दैट आप सबका रेज्यूमे थोड़ा अलग अलग हो जाए। ऐसा भी नहीं हो कि 50 resumes we are sending to a university, a company, and 50 के 50 लोगों का रेज्यूमे एक जैसा ही है ना, तो everybody will be at a loss. Okay. Modules develop. Now when we talk about modules develop, 1 साल का प्रोजेक्ट है, 6 महीने का प्रोजेक्ट है, ये प्रोजेक्ट ई कॉमर्स का है, तो ड्यूरेशन के हिसाब से, टीम के हिसाब से, प्रोजेक्ट के हिसाब से, अकॉर्डिंग टू द प्रोजेक्ट क्या क्या चीजें होनी चाहिए उसमें, वो सारी चीजें आप मेंशन करो, कॉमा कॉमा, कीवर्ड बेस्ड, डोंट राइट सेंटेंसेस। सो व्हेन यू आर मेंशनिंग, आपने बोला आई हैव डेवलप्ड अ मोबाइल ऐप, so your mobile app should have registration, cookies, session, database handling, then some level of JavaScript should be there. After reading the modules developed, it should cover the all aspect of your project. That is the key. लेकिन सर इतना तो हमने किया ही नहीं, तो कोई बात नहीं। Now imagine you have to redo this project in a holistic approach, तो कैसे करोगे? स्टडी कर लो और डाल दो यहाँ, स्टडी कर लेना, so that the project modules should be in detail and comprehensive. Important चीजें highlight करो. Is this clear? Project related, is it clear? एक दो चीज नहीं डालनी है,
Yes,
टोटैलिटी
sir.
शुड कम, टोटैलिटी शुड कम। सर याद नहीं है, हमने बनाया ही नहीं इतना, कोई बात नहीं, रिसर्च कर लो, हाउ टू ई कॉमर्स में क्या क्या मॉड्यूल्स होने चाहिए, रिसर्च कर लो, पढ़ लो उसके बारे में और डाल दो। दैट इज ओनली वर्क अराउंड दैट आई कैन टेल यू। नहीं डालोगे, आधा डालोगे, थोड़ा सा डालोगे, ऐसे ही तुम रिजेक्ट हो जाने। दैट बीइंग सेड, प्रोजेक्ट सिंसियरली किया करो यार, क्या कर रहे हो? प्रोजेक्ट हमेशा चैलेंजिंग लिया करो एंड देन डाइव फॉर इट। डन। ऐसे मल्टीपल प्रोजेक्ट्स यू मेंशन, सपोज यू हैव मेंशनड योर कॉलेज, सो यू शुड हैव डन 2 to 3 प्रोजेक्ट्स। किसी और के लिए किया है, मेंशन करो। ओके, नाउ 2 प्रोजेक्ट्स है, इस प्रोजेक्ट में एक चीज मेंशन हो गई है ऑलरेडी, सेम चीज दूसरे में मेंशन करूं क्या? फॉर एग्जांपल सेल्सफोर्स यहाँ भी हो गया, सेल्सफोर्स यहाँ भी हो गया, तो सेम चीज रिपीट करने की जरूरत नहीं। एक बार आपने एस्टैब्लिश कर लिया ना ये आता है, तो बस है। नेक्स्ट में देखो और कुछ एक्स्ट्रा कुछ बता सकते हो क्या? सी इन द नेक्स्ट प्रोजेक्ट कैन यू से समथिंग एल्स? अगर नहीं है कुछ तो ठीक है, रिपीट कर लो, बट आइडियली ट्राई टू से समथिंग मोर और यूनिक फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस प्रोजेक्ट्स। यस, use the same structure for your internship, use the same structure for your experience। खाली टाइटल चेंज हो जाएगा, क्योंकि इंटर्नशिप में भी प्रोजेक्ट ही करते हो और वर्क एक्सपीरियंस में भी किसी प्रोजेक्ट पे ही काम करते हो। समटाइम्स आपका डेजिग्नेशन नहीं होगा तो आप सोच के डाल देना, समटाइम्स प्रोजेक्ट का टाइटल नहीं होगा तो आप अपने से एक टाइटल बना लेना। सी, टाइटल विद अ स्मॉल डिस्क्रिप्शन, I think I did not mention the description. The title with 1 line description, वो क्या करता है? आइडियली लोग है ना सिर्फ टाइटल और डिस्क्रिप्शन लिख के छोड़ देते हैं, आई हैव वर्कड ऑन ई कॉमर्स, खत्म। सो सेम थिंग, रिपीट फॉर योर इंटर्नशिप, रिपीट फॉर योर एक्सपीरियंस। प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है तो कॉलेज से ले लो, खुद से भी कुछ सेल्फ असाइड प्रोजेक्ट्स आप कर सकते हो। दूसरा, there are so many certificates happening where we will assign you industry oriented projects and internships वो कर लो, ये घर बैठे बैठे मिल रहा है। हम्म? ये नहीं होगा एज अ फ्रेशर, कोई बात नहीं, ओके। बट इफ यू हैव सम अदर एक्सपीरियंस, जैसे सेल्स का या थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ वहाँ कुछ काम किया है, डाल सकते हो। बट उसमें जो मॉड्यूल्स डालोगे या वर्क डन आप डालोगे, तो उसको थोड़ा कॉन्टेक्स्ट चेंज कर देना। उसमें जो टेक्नोलॉजी डालोगे आप थोड़ा सा चेंज कर देना। एक्सेल सीखा था, काम सेल्स कर रहे थे बट एक्सेल, तो मैंने उसको टेक में चेंज कर दिया, राइट? ओके, और नेक्स्ट इज achievements. Now this is things that you are proud of. ये बता के इंप्रेशन झाड़ना है, तुम कितने हार्ड वर्किंग हो, सिंसियर हो, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर हो, लीडरशिप क्वालिटी है, ये आपको क्यों लगता है? क्योंकि आपने कुछ काम किया होगा इसलिए लगता है, राइट? वो 6, 7, 8, मैक्सिमम 8, कम से कम 6, मिनिमम 4, mention it. Now here also, since I want to highlight it, I am using infographics. नेशनल लेवल राइफल शूटर, इवेंट का नाम बता दिया, प्लेस बता दिया। मैं हाईलाइट करना चाह रहा हूँ some position, responsible position. Sir, I was the president of this club. Please mention it. Sir, कोई competitive exam crack किया, please mention it. Achievements can be anything. Find your achievements and write it down. Again, when you write down your achievement, the title of the achievement, one line description, yeah, and if this was done at a place or institute, mention करिए, whichever is appropriate, है ना? ये आप मेंशन करिए। ईयर मत मेंशन करिएगा, बिकॉज कई बार ऐसा होता है हमारे अचीवमेंट बहुत पुराने हैं। सो स्मार्ट थिंग वुड बी टू कंसील दैट इंफॉर्मेशन। मेंशन एटलीस्ट 8। डन? या ओलंपियाड, मेनी ऑफ यू मस्ट हैव गॉन टू ओलंपियाड, प्लीज डू इट। नेक्स्ट वन इज स्किल। स्किल नहीं दिखाना है, क्या दिखाना है? स्किल सेट। स्किल सेट मिनिमम 6 स्किल सेट्स डालने चाहिए, out of which last one can be interest. तो स्किल सेट डिजाइन कैसे करते हैं सर, ये मैं आपको बता देता हूं। सो आई टोल्ड यू, इफ यू वांट टू बिकम अ डेटा साइंटिस्ट, तो आइडेंटिफाई करो डेटा साइंटिस्ट के पास क्या क्या स्किल्स होने चाहिए। डेटा साइंस स्किल्स, प्रोग्रामिंग स्किल्स, सम सॉफ्टवेयर स्किल्स, सम नेटवर्किंग स्किल्स, मल्टीपल स्किल्स होने चाहिए, राइट? तो उसको आप आइडेंटिफाई करो और हर स्किल्स के अंदर 4-5 चीजें जो इंपॉर्टेंट है वो आप ऑल्सो गिव इट अ रेटिंग। ये आइकन्स आप वर्ड फाइल में बड़े आराम से बना सकते हो। वर्ड फाइल्स में शेप मिलता है, पता है? वर्ड फाइल में देयर इज शेप, so you can make these things very easily in the word file. Now why this rating is important? Rating is important from an HR perspective. आपने लिख दिया जावा आता है मुझे, so by default I will expect कि आपको सब आता है जावा में, but आपने लिखा जावा 2 स्टार, that means a basic जावा आता है। So an HR will understand, or an HR who is an expert in mapping your skills and competencies will know आपका क्या skills है क्या नहीं है, तो वो उसी हिसाब से आपको रोल ऑफर करेगा या आपको इंटरव्यू में क्वेश्चंस पूछेगा। ऑलराइट, दैट बीइंग सेड, कुछ मिनिमम एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती ही हैं। यू आर अ टेकी, तो दिस इज मिनिमम एक्सपेक्टेशन कि आपको C++ आना चाहिए एंड यू शुड बी वेरी गुड विद इट। दैट्स अ मिनिमम एक्सपेक्टेशन। यू कैन नॉट से C 1 स्टार, अरे यार ऐसे क्या है। ओके, नाउ दिस इज स्किल सेट ऑफ डेटा साइंटिस्ट। The last part can be interest. This particular part can be interest. As a data scientist, मुझे को मशीन लर्निंग सीखना है बट मुझे आता नहीं है, तो that you can mention 0 star. So what will that symbolizes? कि सर आपके कंपनी में मशीन लर्निंग यूज होता है, सर मुझे मशीन लर्निंग नहीं आता है, बट आई हैव अ वेरी कीन इंटरेस्ट इन लर्निंग मशीन लर्निंग। सो ठीक है भाई, ये मशीन लर्निंग जानता है, पता है, ही इज पैशनेट अबाउट इट, लेट हिम गिव हिम एन अपॉर्चुनिटी। दिस विल वर्क फॉर फ्रेशर्स, एक्सपीरियंस पीपल के लिए नहीं वर्क करता। लास्ट कॉलम कैन बी योर इंटरेस्ट। तो इंटरेस्ट में मैं क्या डाल दूं? कुछ भी डाल दूं क्या? नहीं। डेटा साइंस है तो इंडस्ट्री में डेटा साइंस रिलेटेड व्हाट इज लेटेस्ट thing related data science which I don't know but I want to learn should put go into your interest. At this point, I will also give you a small hack. Chat GPT, है ना भाई? असाइनमेंट करने के लिए चैट जीपीटी यूज करते हो? हाँ, असाइनमेंट यूज करने के लिए चैट जीपीटी यूज करते हो? झूठे कहेंगे, सब यूज करते हैं। वहां इरेलीवेंट है, यहाँ ज्यादा रिलेवेंट है। यहाँ यू कैन आ जाओ। राइट, 6 skill set for a full stack developer, where each skill set should have at least 5 sub skills. Create a matrix for me। या यहाँ पे और कॉन्टेक्सचुअलाइज कर सकते हो। आई एम अ कंप्यूटर साइंस ग्रेजुएट। आई एम सो सॉरी। ओके, ये प्रॉम्प्ट को थोड़ा सा वर्क अराउंड करना। मिल गया? मिल गया? फ्रंट एंड बैक एंड डेटाबेस सर्वर वर्जन टेस्टिंग, ये 6 चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है एज अ फुल स्टैक डेवलपर। हर के नीचे 5। यहाँ पे आना, टेबल वाइज डाल देना। डन। हाउ मेनी स्किल्स टोटल? सी 6 एक में 6 36। our target of 30 to 40 skills are done।
Yes, sir.
Sounds cool? हाँ, अब ये करना कि इसमें से थोड़ा सा कॉन्टेक्स्ट चेंज कर लेना। देखना आपके सिलेबस में क्या है, आपको क्या आता है, क्या नहीं आता है। तो सर्वर में आपको सब नहीं आता होगा, बट AWS पता होना चाहिए। तो आपको जो आता है थोड़ा बहुत चेंज कर लेना, है ना। एज इट इज डेफिनेटली आई कैन नॉट यूज, बट आई नो द स्किल सेट नाउ। तो ये जो सब स्किल्स है आई कैन चेंज अकॉर्डिंग टू माई लेवल, माई डिग्री, माई सर्टिफिकेट्स। एम आई राइट? यस। यहाँ पे सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग भी डालना चाहिए आपको। फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट में सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग इज एन इंपॉर्टेंट। नाउ माई स्किल सेट जो मैं यहाँ डाल रहा हूँ और मैं जहाँ जॉब अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ, ये मैच करने चाहिए। एंड सेम चीज शुड रिफ्लेक्ट इन माई प्रोजेक्ट्स एंड माई इंटर्नशिप एंड माई सर्टिफिकेट्स। एचआर को यूज करने दो एआई टूल्स, बहुत एआई टूल्स आ गए, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। या यू विल बी 100% मैच। Yes, you'll be 100% match if you use this approach. Okay. हाँ, बट देखो फिर आपको थोड़ा पढ़ना भी पड़ेगा। सपोज अ कंपनी इज आस्किंग दिस पर्टिकुलर टूल, उसका ना प्रोजेक्ट है ना कुछ है, तो उस पे सर्टिफिकेट कर लो आप। सो आइडियली आई एडवाइज all the final year students to list down top 10 companies where you want to see yourself। उस कंपनी के जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन एनालाइज करो, देखो आपके पास क्या स्किल्स है नहीं है, एंड देन स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन इट। यू वांट टू गो टू माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, यू कैन गो टू माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, बट उसके लिए पहले आपको पता रहना चाहिए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट को क्या स्किल्स चाहिए। इफ आई आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर 100 आउट ऑफ 100 पीपल विल नॉट बी एबल टू टेल मी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट क्या रोल ऑफर करता है और क्या स्किल्स चाहिए, और मेरे पास उसमें से क्या स्किल्स है क्या नहीं। यू डू नॉट हैव द आंसर टू दैट क्वेश्चन। इफ यू फाइंड द आंसर टू दैट क्वेश्चन, you might also get placed at Microsoft। Yeah, okay, हो गया भाई चैट जीपीटी। तो I think this suggestion Shalini madam has given me। Usually, you know, I used to tell everyone that you should be aware of your domain। तुम्हें पता रहना चाहिए तुम्हारी क्या skills होनी चाहिए। You should be aware of all those things। So madam suggested me, बच्चे इतना दिमाग नहीं लगाते हैं सर, कुछ AI टूल यूज कर सकते हैं क्या टू So ideally, this exercise should be study your syllabus, understand what skills industry wants, be aware, attend programs and all. So you will automatically know क्या skills होने चाहिए नहीं होने चाहिए. But Chat GPT जिंदाबाद. Okay. Upon suggestion from map, that will save a lot of your time. Hmm? Otherwise, people find it very difficult to form this skill set. Done. Okay. Last one suggestion, and then we are done for the session. Summary. स्किल सेट डाल दिया, समरी डाल दो भाई. तो समरी में समरी लिख करके समरी डालने की जरूरत नहीं है. देयर आर टू वे ऑफ पुटिंग इट. आई हैव पुट इट अप एट द एंड ऑफ माय रेज्यूमे बिकॉज समरी इज मोर ऑफ फिलॉसफी. नो, मैंने लास्ट में डाला है. आप क्या करना, यू कम हियर and on the top here insert two lines. Yeah, insert two lines. Let me move it further for you. Add summary, two lines, and these two lines, first line should tell your technical skills. Passive voice में होना चाहिए, sorry, active voice में होना चाहिए. I gave you one example. Second line should be your personality achievement. बहुत सिंपल सा लिखना है ना, एकदम ओवर द टॉप जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है यार. वी डोंट वांट such superhumans. I've given you an example also. Yeah, here. This also नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, चैट जीपीटी को पूछ लो यार, बता देगा वो. बट इतना दिमाग खुद भी लगा सकते हो. प्रोजेक्ट के मॉड्यूल्स नहीं समझ में आ रहे, चैट जीपीटी को पूछ लो, बता देगा. बट एज इट इज कॉपी मत कर लेना, देखना उसको, स्टडी कर लेना, इंटरव्यू में फंस जाओगे नहीं. राइट नाउ summary, like, you know, to contribute, yeah, expect, what is the summary? To enhance my skill for the betterment of the company, imparting my skills, looking for a challenging job, all those skills. And read this: 100 hours trained, certified data scientist, data analytics with expertise in machine learning and Power BI, and also state level basketball player. मुझे दिल पे हाथ रख के बताओ कौन अच्छा इंप्रेशन क्रिएट कर रहा है. Which one is showing that you are an honest, sincere person and creating great impression in just 2 sentences? This one? Yeah? Yes. Yes. With that, I think I would summarize my session. These are all general guidelines which you should minimum follow. This is minimum thing that you should follow. इससे better can you do something? Yeah, you should. इससे better if you can do something, please do it. Yeah. But minimum this you should follow. Templates के guideline दे दिए मैंने आपको, and further guidelines also I have shared one by one. If you have any doubt, recording of this session would be available to you. Yeah, just give me a second. Huh? Okay, give me 5 more minutes, guys. Very important thing. Then you all can go. I know it's very late. Okay, but I cannot make it much shorter because I'm pretty sure now your perspective. How many of yours perspective regarding resume has changed 360 degree? इतना बता दो यार. आप में से किस किस लोगों का पर्सपेक्टिव रिगार्डिंग रेज्यूमे पूरा 360 डिग्री चेंज हो गया? गुड, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड. इमेजिन इफ यू वर्कड ऑन योर रेज्यूमे फॉर दिस वीक एंड आपने ऐसा कुछ रेज्यूमे बना लिया. विल यू फील वेरी प्राउड ऑफ योर सेल्फ इन टर्म्स ऑफ, यार मेरा रेज्यूमे लोगों से कितना अलग बनने वाला है? आर यू एक्साइटेड कि मेरा रेज्यूमे यार कितना मस्त बन जाएगा और कितना अलग बन जाएगा? यस, नाउ दैट कॉन्फिडेंस विल रिफ्लेक्ट इन योर इंटरव्यू. That confidence will directly reflect in your interview. And to be very honest, you are 50% ready for your interview here only. आप 50% ना यहीं पे ही तैयार हो आपके इंटरव्यू के लिए. ओके, बाकी की बातें बाद में करेंगे. Before I close my session, 2 to 3 important things. Yeah, some small compliances. Resume submission link. This notepad also I'll share it. I'll share it with ma'am. Ma'am will share it with you guys. Okay. All right, guys. मैम भेज देंगे और कुछ और लिंक्स वगैरह आएगा मैम के पास. अ, वो लिंक्स आप प्लीज फिल कर देना. ऐसा मत करना सेशन में बहुत सारी चीजें सीख ली एंड देन वी हैव टू रिक्वेस्ट यू कि फीडबैक दे दो, अटेंडेंस दे दो, ये दे दो, वो दे. ऐसा मत करना प्लीज. राइट, डोंट बी सेल्फिश. देयर आर सम कंप्लायंसेस. कॉलेज वुड नीड अटेंडेंस एंड अदर थिंग्स. उसको पूरे कर लेना है ना. रिपोर्ट्स बनानी होगी मैम को, बहुत सारी चीजें होंगे है ना. This is a free of cost session. Please do it. Link for resubmitting the resume is there in your chat box. Okay, have a look. Give me an acknowledgement. मिल गया है? मिल गया? Okay, okay. ये 1 week of time you have. Now हम next मिल रहे हैं नहीं मिल रहे हैं ये डिपेंड करेगा आप कितना इंटरेस्ट लेके कर रहे हो. If you are taking interest, I will take interest. Okay, 2 more things that I want to share with you. You want to get in touch with me? Oh, I'm so sorry. नहीं मिला लिंक. हाँ, sorry, वो privately post हो गया. Yeah, now it is there. I'll share 2 3 links more guys. Link ले लो फिर चले जाना है ना. Okay, ये एक link हो गया. 2 more links are coming. Please take the link and then leave the session. Don't leave it right away. It's a sincere request, guys. I know you're all hungry. So am I. Give me a second. Give me a second. हाँ, नहीं शेयर किया है तो भी you can submit it. Okay. If you have not shared it previously, now you can share it. But don't submit your old resume now. Submit your new resumes. I will take efforts and review your resumes, but your resume should include all of these um, suggestions or guidelines that we have set. ऐसा मत करना हमने बोला ये डालना है वो डालना है और आपने डाला ही नहीं और फिर बोला है सर आप मुझे कमेंट दो इस पे. ऐसा मत करना. ओके, इफ आई हैव सेड corporate photo has to be there with tie and blazer, please put it. Okay, otherwise I will become a clerk for you where I'm just doing clerical work again and again repeating the same thing. Okay, very quickly, let me share 2 more things and then we will close the session, guys. I'm sorry, the link is not readily available with me. I'll just find it in 60 seconds or less.
Yes, good afternoon, Ajit. This is Geeta, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Excellent, ma'am. आप कैसे हैं?
मैं अच्छी हूँ. I was also hearing you since 1 hour. Very interesting and useful tips you have already guided students. Hopefully, they will be using these all things for making their good resume. And you're doing such a nice activity with them to tell them to share their resume in advance and discussing where they are going right, where they are have to correct themselves so that their resume should look professional and they can get the job easily. Yes,
Yes,
students.
correct.
Hope you find this session useful. Yes, students. Any one of the student has to give the feedback. Yes. Kanan, you were raising your hand. Kanan, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yes. What do you want to say about today's session?
It was very informative and very knowledgeable. It's very
So,
helpful for the career point
so
of view.
once we resume back, once college will reopen, I will definitely see your resume and do share it with sir also, so that your
For
resume is
sure.
up to date and it is ready. It will be helping you people at every step. Whether you apply for internship, going somewhere for doing some course, your resume should be ready in advance before you complete your DY.
For sure.
Yes.
All right, guys. Then I think we'll close the session. All
Yes,
the materials I will
just a
share
minute,
with.
Ajit. I request Jagruti
Yes.
to give you formal vote of thanks. Jagruti.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Ajit Vishwakarma sir for the invaluable resume building session we have today. Your insights and guidance have been instrumental in helping us shape a document that truly reflects our professional journey. Your expertise and attention to detail have not only enhanced the content of our resume but have also given us a clearer understanding of how to effectively communicate our skills and experiences. Your tips on highlighting professional information, the key achievements to specific roles were particularly enlightening. We appreciate the time and effort you dedicated to this session, and we are certain that the things we have gained we will have a positive impact on our job research. Once again, thank you, sir, for your guidance and expertise in the art of resume building. We are truly grateful for the opportunity to learn from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so much,
Jagruti. That
guys.
was such a beautiful vote of thanks. Jagruti, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Ajit, do share all these things, notepad, that recording, and take it this activity ahead. Follow up with the students. We will definitely have some set of more sessions from you on for them to guide them on group discussion, interview skills, and many more. So we are not stopping here. We will be continuing the same relationship ahead in the future also when they have next series of their modules. Okay, Ajit. Hopefully you will be there for us.
Definitely, ma'am. Always,
Yes.
always. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I have shared my email ID and my link here in your chat group. You guys can connect me there. And if you have any further doubts, you can ask these questions. I will reply them whenever I get free time. Till then, bye bye, guys. Thank you so much.